The Masters, live from Augusta National with Mark Chapman on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Good evening, welcome to Augusta for the final round of the 88th Masters, and for the third day running. It is absolutely glorious here in the state of Georgia. Another blue sky up above. A tiny wisp of cloud is just opposite me as I sit here at Amen Corner with the 11th green and the 12th tee down below us. Yesterday, the third round was for some one of the most dramatic rounds they could ever remember here at the Masters. It ended with the world number one on top of the leaderboard, Scottie Scheffler, and he is still there. He's just got his round underway, but some of the ones behind him are making a move. Iain Carter, our correspondent.
Yes, they are. Max Homa with his first birdie, remarkably, in 34 holes. It's come at the second hole, so he moves alongside Colin Morikawa, who's in the final group with Scottie Scheffler at 6 under par. Those two at 6 under, one behind the leader, who's just playing his third shot into the second hole after successfully getting up and down at the first to remain in the lead at 7 under par. Ludwig Aubert coaxed one in from 22 feet on the second for a birdie that has taken the Swede on debut to 5 under par within 2 shots of the lead. There was a move from Cameron Smith as well with an eagle at the third, but he's just dropped a shot at the 5th. He's back at 2 under par alongside the leading Briton, and that's Tommy Fleetwood, who has parred each of his first 6 holes. Xander Schauffele is also in the mix. He's playing the par 3 4th as we speak at 3 under par and within 4 shots of the lead.
It is set up absolutely beautifully for the next 4.5-5 hours, so don't go anywhere. You can enjoy every single shot, every single putt, all the way until the green jacket is decided. Sometime, we would have thought, around midnight, maybe just after midnight UK time. It's a couple of minutes past 3 in the afternoon here at Augusta. So alongside myself at Amen Corner, we have Alistair Bruce Ball and Andrew Magee, who's played this 7 times. We have Katherine Downs overlooking the par 3 4th at the moment, which is a really dramatic hole here at Augusta. A really difficult par 3, a long par 3 that maybe you don't get the real sense of if you're watching on the television. So Kat is there for the time being. John Murray and Trish Johnson, senior US Open winner, LPGA Tour winner, they are keeping an eye on some of those final groups along with Iain Carter. And I think our leader, John, is in a spot of bother.
Yes, Scottie Scheffler, who played the first beautifully, it must be said, or at least emerged with a par 4 from the first very well. His approach shot was a little short. It was right at the front of the green, but he demonstrated that excellent touch that he's had this week and rolled it up close to the hole, popped that in, so parred the first. But on the par 5 second, his approach shot has bounced through the green, so it sent spectators scattering. They were quickly up off their little fold-away green Masters picnic chairs. But he's not in too bad a place. It's just bounced through the back, but he will have to chip down the slope there. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Scottie Scheffler in a Georgia peach-coloured shirt for this final day.
And we saw Trish Johnson yesterday, didn't we? That because of the conditions, because of how hard and fast this course is, we saw, it doesn't matter whether you're on the 2nd or whether you're on the 15th, we saw a lot of balls go through.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, he only had 137 yards there, so just a tiny little sort of wedge in his hand to make, and that's a really big error. But it's going to be hard and fast again today. They know the pins, obviously, they're Sunday pins, so that will make it a little bit easier. But maybe a little bit of water overnight on the greens will make them a tad softer, but the main thing is there's hardly any wind. It's a 5-6 mile an hour wind. I don't think you could pick a better day to play the last round of the Masters.
So here at Amen Corner, it'd be fair to say that myself and Alistair Bruce Ball look like 2 archetypal middle-aged Englishmen on the second day of their holiday, struggling to cope with the heat. It's about 28 degrees here. We're pink, we're sweaty, we're not looking our best. Andrew Magee, on the other hand, who lives in Phoenix, Arizona, has got his collar up, has a long sleeve t-shirt on, and is looking as cool and as suave as ever. This is a sort of, a mild day for you?
Yes,
It is a mild day. I believe it's a bit over 90 degrees Fahrenheit in Phoenix today. I do have a little sweat coming down from my brow over here. Okay, so it is hot. I am very hot, actually.
We're kind of puce and dripping at the moment, which is not an image many people at home will want. Listen, what do you think the conditions are going to be like today? Because they were so difficult yesterday. So as we began last night's show with, just balance out the pin positions with the green conditions, and maybe if there was water last night, if they watered them.
Well, I was anxious to come out here and see what color the greens look like. They are a little more green than light green, sort of brownish color yesterday afternoon. So they did put some water on them. The first person we saw play at number 11 putting, Ricky Fowler, birdie. So it's a good sign for 11. There's already been a birdie.
Okay, so maybe a little bit easier than yesterday. Iain.
Yes, we've seen a 66 today from Tom Kim. Not a factor in the tournament, but showing that birdies aplenty are achievable in these Sunday conditions. Here is the fourth shot on the par 5 second hole for the leader, Scotty Scheffler, who's been brilliant with the wedges throughout this Masters, and he just bumps this forward, lets it just dribble down the slope, and he's judged it to perfection once again in terms of length, missing just to the left but leaving himself below the hole, and he should be able to hold out to save his par on that second hole. He's left it to about 4 feet. Kat.
Bryson DeChambeau, he was a bit frustrated with his putting yesterday that left him 4 shots adrift of the leader, Scotty Scheffler, but he's had a bit of a tumultuous start to his round, bogeying the first and bogeying the third to fall to 1 under par, but he's just drained one from about 35 feet on the par 3 fourth, and that takes him to 5 shots off the lead. He said yesterday his mindset going into today was, I'm 4 back. Well, he's 5 back now after taking a birdie on the 4th. Xander Schauffele also sliding one up close. That was his birdie attempt, but it comes up slightly short for the Olympic champion dressed all in black, and he will stay at 3 under par. John.
Back on the second, the par 5 second, so Colin Morikawa and Scotty Scheffler are together in the final pairing, and Colin Morikawa now, unlike Scotty Scheffler, has a chance to make a birdie at the second. This is from 8 feet. This is to move alongside Scheffler into a share of the lead, and it rolls by on the right. I think it was always going right, Trish?
Yeah. Just didn't quite read that, did he? Or didn't get it started on line. A little slider down the hill, left to right, and just misjudged it. Yeah, what's he got? A couple of feet coming back?
He's got a little one back, and so he's got to be careful here. Colin Morikawa, who today is attempting to win his 3rd major, 3 different majors, and in it goes safely. So that is a par 5 for Colin Morikawa at the second. So par 4, par 5 to start. He remains at 6 under par.
The interesting thing as well with Colin Morikawa, Iain, when you bombarded me with all those stats about 10 minutes before I walked out onto the course, he's going to be in some pretty serious company, isn't he, if he does claim a green jacket this afternoon?
He most definitely is, because he would become only the 4th player to win the PGA, the Open, which of course he did at Royal St George's, and the Masters before the age of 30. The other 3, Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player. So we'd have to start reappraising, I think, how we think about Morikawa, who's been in the doldrums for the last couple of years, hasn't really done very much at all, certainly at major level. Now let's have a look at the leader here, Scotty Scheffler, a tester here to save par. He holed one of these on the first, coming up the hill, and no messing at all. And once again, that short game really coming to the fore for Scotty Scheffler. He just gets up and down time and time and time again. It's 2 pars to start his final round, and that means that Scheffler continues to lead by 1 from Max Homa and Colin Morikawa. Scheffler at 7 under par.
And Trish, even if you are Scotty Scheffler and the world number 1 and somebody who has won this tournament before and has already got a green jacket, you need a couple of holes to settle yourself like that, don't you? Particularly with how he putts from time to time from 3 to 4 feet.
Yeah, he's as cool as a cucumber, isn't he? Really is. He looks, look, inside he'll be nervous, but I heard him talking this morning saying he tries to get all the nerves out of his system before he gets to the golf course. And do you know what I think it's just his short game. It's an unusual chipping action, and he's very unusual in that he has a stance that is much wider than most players, and he also grips the club much further up the top of the club than most players. It's very unusual, but he has a deft touch around the greens, and he just looks as though he knows he's going to hit, get inside 3 feet most of the time.
Our penultimate pair are both looking for their first major, and they've reached the fourth. Cat.
They have. Max Homer sending his ball up high into the clear blue sky here at the par 3 fourth, and the ball splashing down into that kidney-shaped white bunker to the left-hand side of the green here. So Homer has to get up and down to stay a shot off the lead of Scotty Scheffler at 6 under par, Iain.
Scheffler has made his way to the third tee, short par 4, and hits this on a high trajectory. It looks like it's going to land plumb in the middle of the fairway, and it does, but then kicks off to the right and goes into the bunker down there on the right-hand side. So just as he did on the second, Scotty Scheffler finds sand off the tee. Cat.
Ludwig Aubert is a tall figure picked out against all the expectant faces surrounding the tee on the fourth, away up the hill to my right-hand side, sends the ball on the way. Already got a birdie on the card on the second. Can he get it close here? Oh, it just clings on to the lip of the bunker that Max Homer has plunged into. 2 slightly off tee shots from the penultimate group out here. Homer at 6 under par, Aubert at 5 under par, John.
So Scotty Scheffler at the third is in the bunker off the tee. Colin Morikawa, his playing partner, I think that will stay out of the sand, or will it? It's kicked on as well and actually rolls on and drops into the same bunker. I think that is the same bunker that Scotty Scheffler was in. So both players in the final pairing, Scheffler and Morikawa, in the sand at the short par 4 third.
And that will be Andrew as well, won't it? I mean, we talk about they might have watered the greens just to slow them down a tad, but the fairways are absolutely rock hard.
Yes. Don't think that this really softened the course. We just saw Tyrrell Hatton from over this 11th green hit a little dribbler. We're thinking it's going to stop about 2 feet from the hole. It dribbles on past 10 feet, makes that for par to remain an even par.
But when we walked down the side of 10, Ricky Fowler had hit a monstrous drive on 10.
Yeah, like I said, don't be fooled by this more vivid avocado-looking green. I know ABB loves me to say avocado.
We all love you to say
avocado. But the course is playing very fast, and the greens will speed up as the day gets going. They called them crispy yesterday. That's a new one for me.
I was just thinking, Mark, you just painted that rather unflattering picture of yourself and myself sitting at the back of this grandstand behind.
But maybe true.
Well, I think it is pretty true. We've got a reflection of ourselves in the screens in front of us, these screens that are put up in the commentary position to sort of block our voices carrying out onto the golf course. But the other thing I was thinking, ignoring us, just looking at this classic Masters Sunday picture we've got in front of us. So it's your usual colours. It's that beautiful verdant green of the grass, the yellow flag sticks, the yellow flags fluttering, the white of the sands, the dark forbidding waters of Rays Creek running in front of the 12th green, and then the spectators, just a multicoloured mass of people. I mean, there's umbrellas up as parasols because it's so hot here, so you can see one of those green and white Masters umbrellas, and then it's those sort of intoxicating smells that we get here as well that we try to bring to life on the radio. There was sort of the cigar smoke on the way down, the sun cream, that little sort of tang of alcohol in the air as people are enjoying their cocktails. We're not, obviously, we're just strictly on the waters until the end of play. And Tyrrell Hatton going great guns, by the way. So Andrew just mentioned him popping his par putt in there, 3 under for his round today, level par for the tournament. And that's the other great thing, and we always mention this, big white leaderboard in front of us with the red numbers tells you the entire story of the tournament just in numbers and words over there. Terrific.
Yes, there's no event I can think that I go to on earth where there is as much smell of cigar smoke than there is here at Augusta. Cat.
Yeah, the air thick with it, Mark, here on the par 3 fourth. Max Homer had a bit of a better stance than I initially thought in the bunker, and he's played an absolute beauty out of the sand down the left-hand side to within 2 or 3 feet. He admitted to feeling the nerves yesterday, stepping out of that comfort blanket of having Tiger Woods alongside him for the first couple of days. He said he loved playing with Tiger because nobody was paying any attention to him whatsoever, but in contention, trying to do battle with the world number 1 yesterday, he felt the eyes of the world on him, and he felt the nerves. Said he managed to channel them into something positive and to put himself in a position to make a charge for his first major championship win. But he looks nervous, a bit nervous today, I'd say. Walked down this 240-yard par 3, knew his ball was in the sand, gave it a quick glance as he approached it, went up, looked at the pin, looked at where he wanted to land the ball, and then he looked back at the ball in the sand with this big, heavy sigh, a heave of the shoulders. Whew, what have I got to take on next? And he's done it brilliantly. He put it into a couple of feet for his par that would see him stay one shot off the lead of the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler. Ludwig Aubert has the putter in his hand. He's just a couple of inches off the left edge of the green, just above that white sand that Max Homa has clambered out of. And he's down on his knees now. Aubert having a quick look at this line. It's about 40 feet or so for Aubert for a second birdie of the day for the 23-year-old Swede, just about to give it a rattle up towards the pinny. And I know you've got some news to bring us. We'll be with you shortly. Ludwig Aubert has just struck the ball, trickling up towards the pin. Looks really good, but curving round to the left just at the end of its trajectory and coming up a couple of feet away from the pin. So should be a couple of pars for Homa and Aubert here on the par 3 fourth, Iain.
After driving into the greenside bunker at the short par 4 third, Colin Morikawa splashing out and giving himself a look at birdie from around about 15 feet. Trish, what did you make of that of that shot?
Yeah, I think do you know what, that bunker's the best place to be on number 3, because if at least you can get some spin out of it. So I think it's the shortest shot, which is not pleasant, but definitely the place to be.
Just to bring you up to date with Rory McIlroy, who's obviously not been a factor this week. He has just dropped a shot at the 10th, so he's slipped back to 3 over par.
So Scotty Scheffler in this bunker, just short of the third green, the leader on 7 under. Out it comes from the sand, and that is beautifully played. He splashed it out to 3.5 feet, and he will obviously be in a very good position there to make it 3 pars in a row to begin his final round.
It's just tidy up everything that happened on 4 with Kat.
Aubert just standing over this par putt, and I said almost give it to him, but it had a little bit of a curl on it coming down the hill. He's managed to safely drain that one. The tall Swede taps the peak of his white baseball cap at the crowd. They're giving him warm applause. He'll stay at 5 under par, 2 off the lead of Scotty Scheffler. Max Homa going through the aim point routine, straddling the line of, it's only a short putt, it's only a couple of feet, but he's sticking to his strategy, staying with the pattern, keeping himself in the present moment in his sky blue shirt, navy blue trousers, white golf shoes, down on his haunches now. Couple of feet to save his par for Max Homa and to stay 1 shot off the lead as he chases his first major championship. Top 10 finish at the Open last year was his best at a major. Obviously looking to go 9 places better than that here. Oh my goodness me, just pushed at the right hand edge of the hole, but in it goes for Max Homa, and he goes off to the 5th tee amid warm applause, Mark.
Now he's a little bit further back, but he is making a chase now. Tommy Fleetwood, Iain.
Yes, a birdie at the 1st, and he has picked up a birdie at the 7th, and that means that Fleetwood has now moved to 3 under par. He's within 4 shots of the lead. Can Colin Morikawa now share the lead at 7 under? This from 12 feet on the 3rd, after escaping the bunker green side with his second shot, borrowing from left to right, borrowing too much pace, too much borrow, and ultimately the ball does finish behind the hole, but it doesn't disappear. So a chance goes begging for Morikawa, who knows that the leader Scheffler has a short birdie putt to come after that excellent bunker shot. But Fleetwood is making a big move here. He has managed, as I say, to birdie the 1st and the 7th, and at 3 under par he could get himself into the mix. We haven't had a British winner of the Masters since Danny Willett back in 2016. Matt Fitzpatrick, by the way, has gone to the turn in 38. He showed up well on the first couple of days, but at the moment in a share of 23rd place at 3 over par.
Just going to nip in and give you, before the Scheffler birdie putt, so jump in when you need it. Oh, excuse me, John. But Tyrrell Hatton, another Englishman going well.
Yeah, that's got to be a 40-footer at least that he's holed across the par 3 12th green. One of Augusta's brilliant holes in amongst Amen Corner, Golden Bell across Rays Creek. Tee shot was perfect into the heart of the green, played left of the flag. That's the dangerous flag, parked away to the right-hand side. Anything short right of that, down the slope it goes and into Rays Creek. So Hatton played safe, but he's drained one from a long way across that 12th green. 4 under for his round today, and now 1 under for the Masters. On the 11th in front of us, Rory McIlroy has just chipped up from the front of the green. Mark, he's got 10 feet left for his par. He's 3 over, John.
Yes, Tyrrell Hatton now in a tie for 9th. And here is, on the 3rd, Scotty Scheffler, just to finish off from close range. Of course, he did miss 1 or 2 yesterday, but no worries there. It's right in the middle from Scotty Scheffler. And he moves to 8 under par. So he was in the greenside bunker, but he's managed to get that birdie and he's managed to stretch his lead. So Scheffler now with a 2-shot lead over Morikawa and Homa.
Anybody worried?
Well, worried it's going to be a cakewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you?
Well, it could be. He just looks so cool. He really does. He looks the class player, and nothing seems to faze him at all, does it? Even when he misses a couple of short ones, he just comes back with a birdie. It's pretty impressive.
Single putted the first 3 greens there, Mark, having needed to get up and down on the first and the second. It's really interesting. You know, his stock in trade is his long game, greens in regulation, and he has not managed to really excel at that. He's outside the top 20 in terms of greens in regulation, but the way that he has managed to play around the greens has really set him apart, off the charts with his chipping.
Do you think, Andrew, he's going to take some catching?
Well, we all hope no. Just to make this a wonderful Sunday afternoon here at this beautiful weather day here at Augusta. In front of us, Rory McIlroy for par, and he just drills it from 10 feet. A 4 and 11 for Rory. Let's go to Kat.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. A real sense of theatre here at the par 3 4th as the final group out on the course arrive at the tee. Whoever is operating the little scoreboard away to the right-hand side of the green gave a pregnant pause before putting Scotty Scheffler's score up. Morikawa appeared at 6 under par, and then there was a pause of about 30 seconds. The sense of anticipation was enormous, and then whoops of appreciation from the crowd here as that 8 under par, that little red 8, appeared next to Scotty Scheffler's name, and he's up ahead away to my right-hand side, 240 yards away from me. He's got a 3-iron in his hand. That's the weapon of choice he's picked. He's just backed off the ball for a second for a final chat through the plan with caddy Ted Scott, who of course has won the Masters 3 times before, twice with Bubba Watson, the second of those 10 years ago, and a couple of years ago with his current boss, Scotty Scheffler, chasing a second green jacket here on the final day of the 88th Masters, sending the ball high up into the air, massively high trajectory with a 3-iron, and here it comes down onto the green. Oh my goodness, he's overclubbed, he's through the back, and his ball is trickling in amongst the feet and the picnic chairs of the patrons through the back of the green on the 4th. He was second guessing that club choice, Scotty Scheffler. He wanted to confirm with Ted Scott they'd got the right one, and at the moment, Iain, it would look like they haven't.
At the 5th, Bryson DeChambeau across the back of the green, and a clenched fist as the ball disappears is DeChambeau igniting his challenge again. Birdie at 4, birdie at 5, and the American gets to 3 under par. He's alongside Xander Schauffele and Tommy Fleetwood in a share of 5th place, but that is 5 shots off the leader, Scotty Scheffler.
Colin Morikawa now stepping up onto the tee box on the par 3 4th, 4-iron, so a club less than the world number 1. Mighty swipe of it, a flash of sunshine on the metal, and oh, it bounces, dangerously flirting with the front lip of that bunker right at the front edge of the green here on the 4th, and then skips obligingly over the rough and pin high, about 25 feet or so for the pin. So Colin Morikawa definitely in prime position here to pick up a birdie on the 4th, with Scotty Scheffler through, and all of the patrons now, the ropes are having to be taken down, all of the picnic chairs are having to be moved to the side, everyone's picking up their drinks and their shopping bags to make way for the world number 1, who's coming down the 4th here at Augusta National with a 2-shot lead, Mark.
It's interesting what you say, Kat, about them leaving the pause before putting Scheffler's number up, because they've done exactly the same here over 11 and 12 at Amen Corner. They put Morikawa's par up that went virtually unnoticed on the third, as in the number went unnoticed here at Amen Corner. But there is still a white card where Scheffler's 8 is going to be, and I think that is they're going to wait for Rory and Neiman to tee off on 12, because they will expect a reaction here from the patrons when that 8 goes up. News of Xander Schauffele, who's playing with Bryson DeChambeau, from John Murray.
Xander Schauffele has just gone for birdie, but it rolled by on the left-hand side. So he remains, Xander Schauffele, at 2 under par. So certainly in the picture.
Bryson DeChambeau 3 under. I mean, goodness knows, we could have a right roller coaster ride with Bryson over the next 13 holes or so, and yet they still continue to wait here at Amen Corner to put Scottie Scheffler's number up. Now, Neiman's gone. Did McIlroy go first there?
No, because
right.
McIlroy bogeyed the 10th. They both parred the 11th, so Rory McIlroy's waiting to play on the par 3 12th, having made that excellent par putt on the 11th. 3 over par Rory McIlroy at the moment for the tournament, 10 shots off the lead just before he plays. That brilliant tension they build that you're talking about, Mark, when those blank slots get filled with the next number. The Masters app, I know we've mentioned it before this week, the leaderboards on that as well do exactly the same thing. So when the scores change, all the numbers drop and then they pop up again. It's brilliant.
Nothing happens by chance here, does it? It's all coordinated to within an inch of its life.
It's pretty cool because all eyes are on Rory McIlroy right now, so you have to pan over here 50 yards or so with your eyes to see the big board. So they're going to wait for Rory to hit so everybody can kind of move their face to 11, then they're going to pop that 8 in there.
So Rory has hit his tee shot. I mean, Kat, if you want it, then obviously we're going to take a golf shot over an ooh from a crowd. But if Scottie Scheffler is still trying to work out what he's going to play,
he's got his club out, and you know what Scottie Scheffler does. He sometimes gets and looks like he's about to hit it, and then he's like, no, I'm going to walk back onto the green and have a look at exactly where I want this to land. So he's still pacing around it for the time being.
So McIlroy and Neiman have gone down the 12th. The board has come down. Let's see if there is a reaction from the galleries. Well, that was a massive anticlimber. Do you know, I was hoping they were going to cheer that, because it was then going to lead me on to the question that I do think, but despite the complete indifference, that number going up, I do think the crowds here are pulling for Scheffler. I thought that yesterday when he got his eagle on 13, and I do sense that they are, which we can talk to Andrew and Trish about.
He's about to hit it though, Mark.
Well, go on, take it over.
In now. There was definitely, I think because he was the next player to appear on the tee, there was that sense of anticipation here, and the big oohs and ahs, and that eagle on 13, the birdie on 18 yesterday. How pivotal will those moments prove when it comes to the awarding of the green jacket? But Scottie Scheffler now, a bit of a downhill lie through the back of the green hole on the par 3 4th, chips it into the bank, and he's left it short, just drilled it into the hill, the tiny slope that takes you up onto the green here at the 4th, and he's left that short. Didn't get that quite right, needed to put it a little bit further up the slope so he could then roll over the peak, and he's left it about 20 foot short, Trish. That was a real miscue, wasn't it, from the world number 1?
Yeah, do you know what, Kat? It actually wasn't far off. It probably needed to land about another foot and a half, which off of a downhill lie like that wasn't that far out. And he just, because it's so quick down that hill, that if it just landed another foot, I think he would have been within about 3 or 4 feet. But it looks as though it was a poor shot. It was pretty close to being very good.
It's one of Scottie Scheffler's specialities, though, that, isn't it? For those of us amateur golfers, it would be one of those ums and ahs. Shall I lift it up over this little dip and plonk it down onto the green, or bump and run it? Scottie Scheffler, he holes from there more often than any other player I've ever seen. He's even got a bet going with his caddy, Ted Scott. He has to get 10 chip-ins from about those positions every year, and then Ted Scott pays him a good kind of $10,000 back of his wages. But of course,
that's a terrible bet for a caddy.
No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, actually, because if your boss is making those chips, you're probably winning that money back anyway. Here's Colin Morikawa standing over his 25-footer, 30-footer or so for his birdie. He found the very heart of the green here on the 4th. This looks good. Lightest of touches from the two-time major champion, but just borrowing off to the left-hand side. Should be a stress-free par for Colin Morikawa to keep him at 6 under par, 2 off the lead of his playing partner Scottie Scheffler, who has some work to do here to tidy up for his par mark.
I'm not. That's a terrible deal, that, Trish, isn't it? Hang on. If I play really well and play 10 of those shots, then you, who are the lesser well-paid of the two of us, have to give me some money back.
No, to be fair, I mean, I understand what Kat was saying, but obviously it is a bad deal because he's going to do that anyway. So why give him the 80 grand? Because if he does do it, you're going to make that money anyway. So yeah, it's not the greatest. I'm not sure about that one.
Did you think or do you think, Andrew, from being out here, that the crowd are very much on Scheffler's side here?
Well, come on, we're in America.
Well, that was it. Is it because they love him, or is it because they don't understand the concept of cheering on an underdog?
Well, I think it's like Arnold's Army. I mean, they just got bigger and better and more. They wanted to see him win. Jack Nicklaus, they just wanted to see him win more. He wins 6. Tiger Woods. So I think it's all to do with stacking up against those world's greatest players in the past.
Iain.
Ludwig Aubert looking for an unlikely birdie on the par 4 fifth, but this looks very, very good. Just comes up a fraction shy, 12 inches or so. His putting's been brilliant all week. Kat.
Scotty Scheffler was just addressing this par putt here on the 4th, the par 3, and he laid his putter, his new mallet putter, behind the ball and then stepped off. I think he was a little worried that the ball had slightly moved. He glanced back at Colin Morikawa. Colin Morikawa kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, well, I didn't see anything. So Scotty Scheffler now has replaced the ball front of the marker and is now standing over it about 15 feet or so to save his par here. Has Scotty Scheffler's putter got what it takes to save the world number 1 here? No, it's going to be a drop shot, and the lead is cut to just the 1 for Scotty Scheffler after a good start for the 2020 champion. Birdie for him at the 3rd, but a drop shot at the 4th, and he hands the ball to Ted Scott, and he's just rubbing his bearded chin in frustration. But you know what Scotty Scheffler's like. Taking an early blow in his quest for a second green jacket will probably not faze him at all, John.
Max Homa going for birdie, which would have given him a share of the lead at the 5th. That tough par 4 5th right on the far side of the course, but it just curls round to the right-hand side. So as long as he holds this out, he's in two-tone blue today, Max Homa, looking for his first major. Yes, he holds out from close range, so Max Homa remains 6 under after 5 now. And by the way, with that drop shot from Scheffler, might be worth saying that Tommy Fleetwood is now just 4 shots off the lead.
He is. Let me just run you through what this big red leaderboard is showing us opposite us at a main corner. So Scotty Scheffler is on 7 under. Morikawa and Homa are on 6 under. Aubert is on 5 under. And then you've got DeChambeau and Fleetwood on 3 under. And Xander Schauffele and Cam Smith are both on 2 under. Ali?
Very quickly, do you want a reaction to the Rory McIlroy tee shot on the par 3 12?
Yes.
Ooh. It's a good one, really good one. He's knocked it into about 20 feet. That was a bit Kenneth Williams, wasn't it? It was a bit... But Andrew Magee's looking through the binoculars away into the distance. I think that's about 20 feet or so from the back of the 12th green. Imperious iron shot. Now, Rory McIlroy is not really a contender at the moment, but what a scene we've got at the moment looking across the waters of Rays Creek to Rory McIlroy in his bright blue shirt, his white baseball cap, surveying the putt from the back of the 12th green. We've seen Tyrrell Hatton hole a big one here for a birdie. If Rory McIlroy can make this, he gets back to 2 over par for the tournament. Andrew Magee staring intently as McIlroy hits the putt and walks straight after it, so I'm guessing not good, Andrew.
I think he missed it to the right, maybe came out of that just a wee bit on Golden Bell. Nothing wrong with a 3 on this little 159-yard shot with the pin cut 4 yards, just 4 yards to the right of the green. Ominous.
I think I preferred the indifference of the patrons to Scotty Scheffler's 8 going up on the board to Alistair Bruce Ball's Kenneth Williams impression to Rory's tee shot. Kat?
Just watching the ball of Scotty Scheffler fly down the 5th, straight down the middle of the fairway, and as expected, that drop shot at the 4th, forgotten for the world number 1, another beautifully connected tee shot on the 5th, and he's just tucking his club back into the bag, wiping his hands on the towel, and he and Colin Morikawa will walk down the 5th with the Scotty Scheffler's lead at just 1 now over his playing partner.
And that's what you would say, Trish, isn't it? That we have seen from Scotty Scheffler, even if you just take this year's Masters, a man who is neither too high nor too low, whatever happens. And, he dropped a couple yesterday, and then before you knew it, he was eagling 13 and his foot was on the pedal.
Yeah, he seems to have an amazing knack, doesn't he, of making a bit of a mess up and then coming straight back with a birdie on the next or the following hole, as he did yesterday. Obviously, he dropped 3 shots in 2 holes around Amen Corner, and then 13 hit back with an eagle. He just doesn't seem to let it faze him in any shape or form. I think it's just because he's just so confident in what he's doing. Everybody makes mistakes around Augusta, but he knows he's going to make birdies.
And yeah, he's an experienced individual now, Ian. But when he was winning his first green jacket, he went into that final Sunday. What was he? Three clear on the final round.
Three clear. Yes.
As he began his final round, and he tells a story of that morning bursting into tears on his wife Meredith as he sort of realised the enormity of everything that had come at them in a good way over the previous couple of years, and it hit him that Sunday morning before he played that final round to win his first green jacket.
Absolutely, and didn't he play well? And he was able to still win comfortably despite 4-putting the final green. But I think he's a different animal now. He's still only 27 years of age, but he has matured into a golfer who is compiling the kind of stats that Tiger Woods was doing in his pomp. I'm not saying he's the new Tiger Woods. I'm not saying that he's played to the same level as Tiger Woods over the consistent period that Woods did, but that's the kind of animal that we're dealing with in this moment. And I suspect that those emotions were nowhere near as raw this morning as he contemplated his position at the top of the leaderboard heading into the Masters, having done the job before, having now won the Players' Championship for the second time, having won twice this year and really been the standout player. Now we're looking at the 6th here, 187 yards, steeply downhill, par 3, and it's a 9-iron for Max Homa as he sends this one up towards the back right corner. That's where the flag is, and that's a super tee shot from Max Homa. He's put it to within 11 feet of the flag. Really daring stuff from Homa as he fired at the pin, and he has created an outstanding birdie opportunity.
Today, that's an absolute stonker of a tee shot on this hole. Not easy at all to get to that back right pin. And Max Homa yesterday, not a single birdie on his card, still managed to shoot just one over. And he is banging contention.
So also playing in this pairing, the major debutant, the Swede Ludvig Åberg, the Ryder Cup man from the autumn, 5 under par for the tournament. He's not managed to get it on that same back shelf, and I think it will catch the slope and roll away down towards the bottom left corner of the green. I'm not sure will it actually stay on the green. It just clings on there, just clings on for Åberg, but the trickiest of tricky putts from there up the slope towards the back right. So that's where the Swede is. And in case you were wondering about the Dane, the other Scandinavian, Nikolai Højgaard, double bogeyed the first, and he's now back at 1 over. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
No,
1 under.
Yeah, he double bogeyed the first, then went birdie, par, bogey, par.
Tommy Fleetwood just chipping with his third shot at the par 5 8th, and he's created a good birdie opportunity that would take him to 4 under par and within 3 shots of the lead. So Fleetwood is moving very nicely at the moment. We'll watch out for that birdie putt. Tyrrell Hatton going nicely after that birdie at 12. He's picked up another at the 13th, so another Englishman prominent on this leaderboard at 2 under par. He's in a share of 7th place, Fleetwood in a share of 5th place, but could leap into, well, he'd go into 5th place outright if he makes that birdie on the 8th.
Xander Schauffele has gone bogeyed the 5th, and he's bogeyed the 6th, so he's playing with Bryson DeChambeau, so he's gone back to 1 under. Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under, 4 off the lead held by Scotty Scheffler. John?
We're actually just watching shots of Tyrrell Hatton here, but we know what happens because, as Iain said, we know that Tyrrell Hatton will make it to 2 under par. So it's just thing that they're just tidying up the shots in front of us.
Just to say, Morikawa safely on the green in 2 at the demanding par 4 fifth, and now Scheffler, the leader, 189 yards out, 7 iron, hitting to this back pin position, and that's beautifully judged. Distance control spot on this time from the leader, looking to bounce back from the bogey at the 4th, and he's created a brilliant birdie opportunity there.
Yeah, and just to prove how great a shot that was, Morikawa hit a superb iron shot in, but just has a little lower ball flight, hit it right at the flag, but it's just bounced on 20-25 feet. But Scheffler, that higher ball flight, maybe just a less club at 7 iron, just pitched it probably 2-3 yards short of the flag, and he's got about a 10-foot down the hill birdie putt. Brilliant shot in there.
I'm well aware that on a Sunday evening, lots of people travelling home after a weekend away. There are probably people in the car being forced to listen to the golf by the driver of the car who loves golf, and therefore we'll try and give you as much information and make it as entertaining as possible. So the one thing that you may not know if you don't like your golf or are not into your golf is that not only is Scotty Scheffler dealing with leading the Masters at the moment and trying to win the second green jacket, his wife is also, Meredith, is also heavily pregnant and is due to give birth to their first child at the end of this month. So I would imagine, and he has said if he gets word that she goes into labour, he is on his way out of here. So some of the field will probably hope that her waters break in the next couple of hours, but he also has that going on in his mind, which is any new time parent of a first child knows that those last couple of weeks are incredibly nerve-wracking. So Mark, he has that going on as well.
Mark,
yes?
I'm just going to jump in because Tommy Fleetwood for birdie just misses on the 8th. Shaved the left edge, just didn't quite hit it with enough authority to ignore the break that was there, and it dribbled to the left, and a real sense of frustration for Tommy Fleetwood there, because that was a chance for back-to-back birdies that really would have put him in the mix.
The way you were coming in there, Iain, I thought you were going to give me breaking news on what was happening with Meredith. Breaking news on Breaking Waters.
Yes, I apologise for my urgency there.
So Tommy
Fleetwood,
Fleetwood,
a life-changing moment. But
Tommy Fleetwood stays at 3 under, 4 off the lead. Tyrrell Hatton, by the way, Ali.
Yeah, 5 under now. If he's 2 under overall, that's 5 under for his round today. We saw Tom Kim. What did Tom Kim shoot in the end today, Ian?
66.
So 66, that just shows you. It just shows you. Yesterday I know it's very different conditions, but Nikolai Højgaard birdied 8, 9, 10, and then suddenly dropped 5 shots in a row on the back 9 at Augusta. Today the pins are set up for the players to chase it and make the birdies. It's a fantastic pack leaderboard. We could be in for an absolute cracker here.
John.
We're watching the Homer Aubert pairing on the 6th, the par 3. So Max Homer, after his wonderful tee shot, has a real live birdie chance. As regular followers of the Masters will know, on the final day, the flag on the 6th, where you tee off from up on the top and down to the green down below. The hole is always on the back right, that tiny area on the top right. I think Nick Faldo said something like, when you play there on the final day, you've got roughly the size of a grand piano, I think he said. Well, Homer has found the top of the grand piano, but Aubert is away down the other corner of the green. So this is and this, Trish, is all about getting close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, such a difficult putt. I mean, he pitched it probably 10 yards from the flag, and he's ended up with a 65-70 foot putt.
But brilliantly was able to hole out from up on that plateau, and I mean that was a good 8-9 feet. That's an excellent putt too for Aubert to remain at 5 under.
Yes, he got it up onto the tabletop there from front left. The pictures kind of jumped for us as we were watching, but he holed out beautifully there, as we now see Morikawa looking for a share of the lead after his very impressive approach to the fifth, borrowing from left to right. Is it going to run out of steam? Oh my word, it had just enough in terms of power applied to it, but it dribbled away just to the right, and so he misses out on his birdie.
Now Max Homa, a chance to take a share of the lead, and he's not able to hold it from 9 feet, 10 feet on the sixth. Chance gone, remains 6 under.
Fast forward to the 14th, Hatton on the charge with a wedge into this par 4, and he's got the ball onto the contours, and this will turn round and get very, very close, and it does get very, very close. Beautiful touch from the Englishman, and he's got a great chance now to move to 3 under par and move alongside his compatriot Fleetwood on the fringes of contending here.
Well, if he could get in the clubhouse and set a score, Trish.
Absolutely.
Scheffler for birdie on the 5th, and this one just misses on the left side. Really good opportunity for the leader, but it goes a-begging, and he will remain at 7 under.
Yeah, the thing with Hatton is when he gets on a roll, he's not scared of going really, really low. If you could make, I don't know, 3 more? He'll need at least, I think, 3 more. There's too many good players up there. They're not all going to fall away. But, I mean, I think if he can get in, I don't know, he needs to get to, I think he needs to get to 7.
7.
Yeah, I think so, realistically.
Where are the where are the harder holes today, Ian? Where are we looking at the moment? Because that's always a good guide, as you know, as our leaders get towards the back 9 and stuff. What's playing harder? What's playing easier?
Yeah, as ever, the 11th is always very, very demanding. We've only seen 3 birdies there so far today, but the hardest hole on the course at the moment is the 17th. So, and actually the way this Masters has played, 17 and 18 have been the 2 hardest holes. 17, only 1 birdie so far. We've seen 8 bogeys, 2 doubles as well. So all sorts of dramas could play out there. The 18th is the 9th hardest hole as it stands at the moment. The 10th is proving very testing as well. And these players will be very happy to have come through the 5th unscathed, because that's been the 2nd hardest hole on the course today.
Thank you very much. That was a genuine question to get that information out. Alistair Bruce Ball gave me a look that he was in charge of the computers and the screens on Friday and found those kind of questions difficult. And he assumed that by me asking Ian that question, I was somehow criticising your work earlier this week.
No, but the difference being that the question you gave me was a 3-second, a quick-fire bang, where is it? And there you gave Ian. That was a lovely long lead-in, so Ian's got time to get his finger on the mouse and go and find it. Honestly, that is a stitch-up.
It didn't feel like a long lead up to me, I'll tell you that much.
Where are we up to? What can you see, John?
Scheffler has hauled out on the 5th, so he's made his par 4 there, and so he remains 7 under after 5.
And that means that he leads by 1 from Max Homa and Colin Morikawa, both 6 under par. Ludwig Aubert going to the 7th is at 5 under, 2 shots behind. Tommy Fleetwood playing the 9th at 3 under par. Bryson DeChambeau at 3 under par. Tyrrell Hatton to get to 3 under par on 14, sends it forward, borrows from right to left and misses on the low side. And he gives a rueful smile, and I'm sure there's going to be a massive chunter to come very, very shortly from the explosive Englishman. What a chance, but he's missed it, and he remains at 2 under par alongside Cam Smith.
So Ian Carter and John Murray, for the time being, are watching our leaders and the last 2 or 3 pairings go out. Katherine Downs is headed to 17 to get ready for the climax as all those players come through there. Alistair Bruce Ball and Andrew Magee are alongside me here at Amen Corner, which is the 11th green and the 12th tee, and that 12th green up in the distance, bathed in sunshine. Our final pair have reached the 6th.
They have Morikawa and Scheffler. Scheffler still with that 1-shot advantage, but Morikawa to play first. Incidentally, we often talk about it on the final day of the Masters, how often the winner comes out of the final pairing. The fact is, the winner has come from the final pairing in 28 of the last 33 Masters tournaments. Morikawa on the tee. from way up on the top. It's all laid out below you here, going for that plateau on the top right. It's landed on the edge of the plateau and it's stayed there. So Morikawa will have birdie chance from 12 feet to come.
Fantastic ball striking there.
Yeah, he's looking very good, isn't he? He's looking very assured, very confident, and he's hitting some beautiful iron shots. There's not a lot wrong with his game at the moment.
The vivid yellow flag just fluttering gently in the breeze as Scotty Scheffler, always so precise with his grip on the club, gets himself ready to try and follow in kind his playing partner Morikawa. Scheffler at 7 under par, the world number one, the champion in 2022, and that looks a pretty decent line if he's got the length. And he hasn't quite got the length to get up to the flag, but it clings on to the same level, and he's going to have a 30-footer for birdie, Scotty Scheffler, but a really good chance coming for Collin Morikawa to move alongside his fellow American.
Yeah, definitely. Scheffler was a bit unlucky there. I think he expected that just to release a little bit more. It was absolutely bang on line, which when the pin is only 3 from the right-hand side, that's some tee shot.
If you're Morikawa at the moment, Trish, are you thinking need to take one of these soon, or are you just thinking this is all fine?
No, I think he's happy. I think he's happy the way he's playing. Basically, he's just got to keep going. You can't look at Scheffler all the time. You've just got to play your own game, try and get to a number that you think's going to win, and hope like hell Scheffler doesn't have one of his days on the back nine.
Max Homer has gone way left off the tee on the 7th, and that is bounding in amongst the trunks of the pine trees and all of the brown pine straw. So we'll have to see where that's landed up.
Yeah, and Trish, just to follow up a little bit on what you just said, everybody knows in the world of golf when Augusta really gets interesting, the back nine of Augusta. So if you're just plodding along with pars, it's almost like Max Homa, it made all those pars on purpose just to stay there. Now today he's made a birdie. Maybe he just needs to make 1 or 2 more to win, and didn't take any chances the last 2 days.
No, you're absolutely right. It's and he's just as John just said, though, he's just hit an absolute horror of a tee shot. It's come from nowhere, low left, absolute shocker. He'll be lucky to have any sort of shot whatsoever.
This is 5 Live at the Masters, final round of the 88th Masters in Augusta. A glorious day, beautifully set up. We are hoping for a very, very dramatic 3.5 hours ahead. Let's just pause as we wait for our final pair to get up to the green on the par 3-6. We'll just pause and take a latest news update.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News, this is James Wickham. A senior Iranian diplomat has been summoned to the Foreign Office following Tehran's attack on Israel. A spokesman said the Iranian charge d'affaires was told that Britain condemned what was described as a profoundly dangerous and unnecessary escalation by Iran. G7 leaders have also unequivocally condemned the attack, saying Iran has stepped forward the destabilisation of the Middle East. Tehran was responding to an Israeli airstrike on one of its diplomatic buildings in Syria 2 weeks ago. Addressing crowds in the Vatican, Pope Francis urged both countries not to escalate the violence.
Faccio un accorato appello.
I make a heartfelt appeal for every action that could fuel a spiral of violence to be stopped, with the risk of dragging the Middle East into an even larger war. All nations should stand for peace and help Israelis and Palestinians to live in 2 states, side by side, in safety. It is their deep and legitimate desire.
Israel's defence minister says the confrontation with Iran is not yet over and his country must be prepared for every scenario. Iran says it will retaliate with much stronger action if Israel launches a counterstrike. General Lord Dannatt, a former head of the British Army, says Tehran will be reluctant to use its proxy forces, such as Hezbollah, and risk a full-scale Middle Eastern conflict.
We know from intelligence that Hezbollah has around 130,000, 150,000 missiles and rockets that could strike the length and breadth of Israel and would undoubtedly overwhelm the Iron Dome and other air defence systems. They've made it quite clear that if Hezbollah attacks in that kind of way, they will mount a massive counter-offensive.
The Israeli War Cabinet has met to discuss its response. Local media say there's not yet agreement among ministers on when or how to retaliate. And the war in Ukraine could lead to another big rise in energy prices, according to the man who used to run the country's state oil company. Andrei Kobolyev told The Guardian Russian attacks on gas and electricity plants were far worse than in the previous winter.
The Masters, live from Augusta National with Mark Chapman on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
If you missed some of the day's dramatic sport in the Premier League, both Liverpool and Arsenal were beaten at home. Liverpool 1-0 by Crystal Palace, Arsenal by 2-0 by Aston Villa. In the other game, it finished West Ham 0, Fulham 2. The Women's FA Cup final will be between Manchester United and Tottenham. United beat Chelsea. Tottenham saw off Leicester. In Rugby Union's Champions Cup, the winner Toulouse thrashed Exeter, and in the Challenge Cup quarter-finals there were wins today for Wigan and Huddersfield. I think that was played today. I know Hull KR and Warrington are the other semi-finalists, so they're your 4 semi-finalists anyhow. Warrington, Hull KR, Huddersfield and Wigan will play Hull KR in the semi-finals. Huddersfield will play Warrington. If I'm doing that off the top of my head, so if I've got the semi-final draw wrong, somebody could tell me in my ear. Iain Carter.
Well, both the leading pair in the final group both had birdie putts on the par 3 sixth, and both have missed them. But now we're watching Ludwig Aubert on the 7th with a brilliant approach. Oh, he played that like someone who has been around this course way more times than a debutant, and he's got a tap in for a birdie there, Aubert, which would take him to within a shot of the lead. Scheffler's birdie attempt on the 6th came up just a couple of inches shy. It was a really good putt. He'll tap in there. Morikawa missed what was a really good opportunity after a superb tee shot, and he's got a couple of feet just to negotiate to save his par, which he has successfully negotiated. So he's at 6 under par. Let's remind you of this leaderboard because it really is fascinating right now. Scheffler 7 under par, Homer 6 under par, Morikawa 6 under par, Aubert at 5 under par with the chance, a very good chance, of moving to 6 under par in the next few minutes. The leading Briton is Tommy Fleetwood. He has parred the 9th. He's gone to the turn in 34. He's at 3 under par alongside Bryson DeChambeau, who's just teed off on the 8th. Tyrrell Hatton missing that great chance on the 14th. He's at 2 under par along with Cam Smith. And news of Rory McIlroy. He's just 4-putted the 13th to drop a shot there.
We've got Max Homer scrambling to make his par 4 on the 7th. Remember, he was in the trees, but he had a shot. He did have a shot, landed it just short of the green. He's chipped up there, and he's given himself a chance of making that par 4 at the 7th. But he'll have to hole a putt of some 10-12 feet or so to do that.
Jon Rahm, the defending champion, has just finished his final round. He wasn't a factor in this Masters, and he has finished up. I'll give you his score.
I've got it
just
here.
About. You've got it, have you?
He is 76 today, 9 over par.
Yeah, it was a long scroll going down looking for him.
Guess he next to me went, not that easy, is it?
So Colin Morikawa, 7th tee, with his tee shot, teeing it up on the right side of the teeing ground. Very narrow drive down this long par 4 with the tabletop green, and we can see the ball scuttling down the left side of the fairway. It's in the short stuff. That should be okay there to be able to attack with his second shot on the par 4 7th.
So disappointing from Jon Rahm, isn't it? That Iain. I mean, I used the word the other day when we were discussing it. Just his whole experience here the last 4 days has been kind of indifferent, really.
It has. He's just not had any momentum whatsoever, and he looks out of sorts. He does not look anything like the player that he was 12 months ago when he won this.
Dropped shot for Max Homer. He wasn't able to hold that par putt, so going into the trees has cost him. Homer back to 5 under.
Scotty Scheffler tee shot on the 7th, and that's flown off into the trees down the left-hand side. Not quite quite sure whether it's ricocheted back towards the fairway, but a little bit of concern on the face of Scotty Scheffler as he walks off with caddy Ted Scott there. That was uncharacteristic, as we now see Aubert up ahead on the green.
Yep, Aubert holds and rolls it in, and that is very nicely done. A birdie at the 7th for Ludwig Aubert, who is going absolutely nowhere. This very impressive 24-year-old Swede with a big smile on his face, and in his first major he's 2 shots off the lead.
Nowhere, Aubert.
The 9th green, Tommy Fleetwood looking to use all the contours and goes way past the flag and then lets it come sucking back down to the hole side. Great imagination from Fleetwood there, and that secures his par and means he goes to the turn at 3 under par, as I was saying earlier on, within 4 shots of the lead. But Aubert is starting to become the story for me here, just looking so composed. It really is so impressive, isn't it, for a debutant playing his first major, never mind his first Masters.
He's talked about, you know, about winning this, and his argument, Trish, was, well, why would you not tee the ball up at a major or indeed any tournament and not believe that you could win it?
No, he's an extraordinary young fellow, he really is. I remember last year, actually, I think we were at the Open, and all the guys were talking about this Oberg that was going to get in our Ryder Cup team, and I remember thinking, they're on, what planet are they on? Just, you know, who is this bloke? And of course, he went to Switzerland, he won that tournament. He's just gone from strength to strength, but he just looks like that generational player to me. He really does. And his demeanour and his pace of play, he's the whole package.
But incredibly consistent as well, Andrew Magee, in his 3 rounds here. 73 on the opening day, and then a 69 and a 70. It's not like we've seen a sort of Bryson 65, 75. It's been very consistent from the Swede.
Yeah, I just love his decision making behind the ball, the way he steps up and just takes the club back probably faster than any player I've ever seen once he's made his mind up, which is really, really important. A lot of guys, let's use Brian Harman, for example, who just waggles. His mind is still working over the ball. What kind of shot is he trying to hit? He's still thinking. Oberg's already finished all that decisiveness and gets up and fire it. That's what I love about the kid.
And you would hope that he always stays like that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I think that's in his DNA. He's not going to quit doing that. It's a little bit like Matt Fitzpatrick, you know, gets up and makes a decision and sticks with it and sticks with his first thought and goes.
Just on conditions here, Mark, at Amen Corner. So we're sitting in this grandstand at the back of the 12th tee at the moment. It is Adam Schenk and Chris Kirk who've completed the 11th, and they've made that short walk to their right to stand on the raised platform looking away to that green in the distance. The wind has just properly picked up for the first time this afternoon. So with everything else they've got to deal with, this golf course, the pressure, the chasing pack, the pack leaderboard, now the wind's getting up a bit too.
Patrick Cantley and Lucas Glover just coming down 11, so let's go somewhere else. John?
Tommy Fleetwood on the 10th, 3 under par, so just 4 shots off the lead, and the tee shot lands left side of the fairway and bounds away down the hill there, and just is rolling right towards the left side of the fairway, just about a yard off the first cut.
Back at the 7th, Scotty Scheffler, 143 yards out, and he lost that shot out to the right into the trees, so it must have ricocheted across the fairway, and he could just bump it low, and again, it's another green that has been missed in regulation for Scotty Scheffler. So his short game is masking quite a lot here, I think, and well, he's going to have to work hard here. Looks like it may have gone in the bunker at the front.
I think, yeah, the reaction from the people behind the ropes suggested that had dropped in one of those 3 bunkers that yawn away at the front of the 7th green.
Just news of Nicolai Højgaard, a birdie at the 8th, so he's got back to 2 under par. Højgaard and Aubert are the 2 most exciting players in European golf right now. Now, do you think this is unimpeded here, Trish, for Colin Morikawa? Down the left side, he's in the fairway, 132 yards out, but some of those pines, they just have some rather annoying overhanging branches from there. I think he's probably clear of them, isn't he?
Yeah, he's fine, because I think the pin's on the right hand side. If it was tucked left, he could have a few issues, but no, he's got he's just Just trying to figure out if there's much wind up there. It's going to affect the flight of the ball, but this is an interesting one because it's you can feed this all the way, well, maybe about 2 or 3 yards past the flag, and there's just a hill that he can knock it into and get it to just turn from left to right on the green and just feed down gently to the hole. I'd expect him to get this certainly within maybe 8 feet.
So Colin Morikawa, who started at 6 under today, remains 6 under as he plays the 6th. He's the only man to have shot under par in every round so far at this Masters. And here is the approach shot that Trish was describing, and it's right towards the hole, front right. It lands just in front of it and then curls and rolls back round to the front of the green. And he just bends his knees and grits his teeth. I think he wanted one more hop there, but in fact, it is certainly birdieable.
Well, and he's left himself the easiest putt on the green, which is straight up the hill, so he can give it a bit of a wrap rather than having to just tap it and hope for the best.
The flag is located 5 paces on, so we can say with a fair amount of certainty that that's a 15-footer that is coming up, because it just came to rest on the front edge. Now, Scotty Scheffler, I don't know, do you share my sort of concerns about his long game and the lack of greens in regulation, because that is such a core to his game, and we've seen precious few greens hit in regulation by his standards. I was
going to say, I don't share your concern because I'm quite happy to see it, because I want it to be a really fair contest. But when you see he's hit three greens out of 7 today, yesterday he was only at about just over 50%. It's very unusual for him, there's no question about it, but his short game is bailing him out at the moment.
Slightly closed stance for Ludwig Aubert as he gets ready to tee off on the par 5, the 8th, 570 yards, not a cloud in the sky, and this one just drifting towards the bunkers down the right hand side, but missing them and landing in the fairway. Imperious ball striking from this 24-year-old from Sweden.
Ali was mentioning the conditions here at Amen Corner and how the breeze had just picked up slightly, although as I start this conversation I would say that both flags here on 12 is certainly limp, 11 has just started to flutter. We'll find out what the conditions are like elsewhere on the course with Kat very shortly. But John?
Yeah, Scheffler was in one of those bunkers at the front of the 7th green, so here he goes, not messing around, out it comes beyond the hole and then curls round about 15 feet, still moving, and then comes to rest, round about that range. So he is climbing up and having a look at it, Trish, and seeing what he thinks.
Yeah, it's funny actually how, these bunkers, sometimes you look and you think a front bunker when you've got a front pin is an easy up and down, but these bunkers are so severe, the chances of getting to a front pin are very, very remote, and he's left himself an absolute shocker of a putt there. He's got to be very gentle with that one, Ian, otherwise he could face a big one coming back.
Max Homer at 5 under into the fairway on the 8th, right next to Aubert's ball, as Hatton on the 15th puts for birdie from the back of the green, and that one drifts by on the left side, and he holds out both arms in exasperation and just says, how on earth could I possibly have got that into the hole? It's just impossible. The whole world, the entire world is against me. And then he goes off and he still chunters. He's looking at his caddy, and his caddy's basically saying, listen mate, it's nothing to do with me.
I've seen Tyrrell on the 15th the last 2 days. On Friday the ball went into the water after he picked it up and threw it. Yesterday the ball went into the water after he went over the 15th and into the water there. So as long as he gets off there with a slight smile on his face, I'm guessing he'll be happy.
Well, it's entirely possible at the 7th, in the next few minutes, we're going to have something of a change around at the top of the leaderboard. Right now, Scheffler 7 under, Morikawa and Aubert 6 under, Homer on 5 under. But Colin Morikawa has got a very decent birdie chance, and Scheffler has work to do to make his par.
Yeah, you're right. I think that it could be a 2-shot swing here. And the funny thing is, you always say that, and then you come off a minute later and they both made par, and you think, I don't know why I bothered saying that, knowing Scheffler. But this is as easy a birdie putt as you're going to get, really, on any of these greens at Augusta, because he's got 15 feet, maybe 12 feet, straight up the hill, very little break, and he can be aggressive And that's, it's a nice putt to have. You don't have most of these putts at Augusta. You have to really, you don't want to think about the putt coming back, but you've got to be careful because you just can't give it a run without thinking of the consequences. Not quite sure what's going on here.
There seems to be a delay. Morikawa was actually standing and looking back down the hole. I mean, there's no one behind them. They're the final pairing. But anyway, he's down on his haunches and has a look at this. Collin Morikawa, playing in his 5th Masters. He's got better and better, and in the last couple of years he's finished 5th and 10th, so he has contended. He's been in the thick of it, and again he backs away. Something is distracting his attention from back down the hole behind him.
So we'll move on to the 10th. Tommy Fleetwood found the bunker with his approach, so playing from the sand green side, looks to have judged this really, really well. The ball rolling towards the hole and coming to rest just to the left of the cup, and that will be a tap in 4 at the 10th for Tommy Fleetwood, who's on the fringes here, 4 behind in a share of 5th at 3 under.
Bryson DeChambeau on the par 5 8th. He's 3 under, so on the fringe of things just now, and chipping it up there, and it's rolled on by to probably 12-14 feet.
And you know what, that's really disappointing, because I saw him hit the tee shot. We saw on the screen him hit his tee shot on 8, and the bunker on the right hand side that we saw Oberg, and didn't even come close. He flew that bunker on 8 by about 30 yards. The camera had no idea where the ball was. He was halfway up the hill. So that second shot he's hit there to leave himself an almost impossible chip would be very disappointing.
Right, Collin Morikawa is now ready. Whatever was going on, it's all settled down. And this for a birdie, this to take Morikawa, for the time being at least, into a share of the lead. This is up the slope on the 7th, 15 feet. And the ball is on its way for Collin Morikawa, and it misses on the left.
Yeah, he could have given that one a bit more oomph, to say the least. He had it's one of those that you can be aggressive with, and he wasn't, and he just let the break take it, and be disappointed with that, because that's one of the easiest putts he's going to have all day long.
In it goes, so he has parred it all the way and remains at 6 under, but now the pressure moves onto the leader, the world number 1, Scottie Scheffler, in a moment or two.
Yes, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens here, because if Scheffler misses his putt and it's a slippery one down the slope, he falls back to 6 under par. That would mean a 3-way tie with Morikawa and Aubert at the top of the leaderboard, with Homer just 1 behind. And of course Aubert and Homer are playing the par 5 8th. They're in good shape as it stands at the moment, so if one of those or both were to make birdies, we could very soon have Aubert on his major debut at the age of 24 leading the Masters. My goodness me, what a story that would be if he could capitalise on that position. And we're just waiting, Mark, to get pictures from the 7th, because this is going to be a key putt coming up for Scottie Scheffler, and here he is now. And as I say, it's a slippery one down the slope, putting from his own shadow from around about 11 feet, just delicately gets the ball in motion. Then it turns from left to right, but not enough. It finishes on the high side, just 7 or 8 inches beyond the hole. And he will tap it in, and it's a bogey 5 for Scottie Scheffler, and he now is back to 6 under par. He is 1 over for his round so far, and it means we have that 3-way tie for the lead. Aubert, Scheffler and Morikawa are all at the front of the leaderboard at 6 under par. Max Homer is at 5 under par. Tommy Fleetwood, heading to the 11th, is at 3 under, as is Bryson DeChambeau, who failed to birdie the 8th. And so those are your leading contenders at the 88th Masters here at Augusta.
Game on. Isn't it, Andrew Magee?
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I mean, we haven't seen one this tight in many, many years. This is my 25th Masters, playing in 7, BBC 5 live team for 18 now. But I don't recall this tight with this low of scores, unless it's double digits, and it's a beautiful winless week. This is the best.
Back 9 at Augusta on a Sunday. That is what they say every single year, and it's what it's come down to again. We have a man sitting on our right hand side here who has played the back nine at Augusta on a Sunday. And quite soon, when we get Tommy Fleetwood's going to come into view quite soon, Mark. I'd love to get Andrew's thoughts on playing Amen Corner, 11, 12, drive at 13.
The added tension within the 5 Live team, just so you know, is that Max Homer on 5 under, 1 off the lead, tipped at the start of the week by Trish. Ludwig Aubert on 6 under, one of the 3 joint leaders, tipped by Katherine Downs. So that adds an extra bit of fun to us. John Murray.
Well, it's the uphill par 5 8th for Max Homer, who is just a shot off the lead now, a 3-way share of the lead between Scheffler, Morikawa and Aubert. And Homer's second shot, he's on the green, a long chance of an eagle putt, but there is every chance that Homer might pick up a shot or shots here at the 8th.
Yes, he's found the putting surface, and that's what Ludwig Aubert, putting from or rather hitting from just a yard closer in, 235 yards out with the fairway wood. Waste no time. The ball was sitting down a little bit in the fairway, and he's fired it away. Looks a little concerned because that's drifted off to the right, goes beyond the humps that border the right side of the green. He's absolutely pin high. Should be a pretty reasonable chip from there.
Yeah, he's got a fair chance of up and down, hasn't he? And very quickly just played that whole. Chappers, can I just go back to what were you just saying? Does that mean the women on this team know what we're talking about?
That has never been in doubt,
oh, right,
Trish.
okay,
Has it? Never, ever has that been in doubt on the 5 Live golf team. Katherine, would you like to come in?
Never, ever. It's never been questioned.
Patting yourself on the back?
Do you know, I'm feeling rather smug. I'm going for the back-to-back win because I picked John Rahm last year. So this is for 2 on the bounce for me. Just keeping that one under my hat for later.
Ian.
Colin Morikawa, tee shot on the par 5 8th, moving it from left to right, but has he got too much curve on it? Yes, he has. The ball bounds into the bunker. The first of those down the right-hand side of this long par 5 up the hill, 570 yards, and that takes getting up into out of the equation, you would think, for Colin Morikawa.
So Scotty Scheffler no longer in the lead on his own. He did get to 8 under at one point during this final round, but he's now back on 6 under, and so we have a 3-way share of the lead. But the par 5 8th in front of him, 570 yards. Those bunkers down the right, Morikawa already in there, and off it goes from Scheffler. Looks leftish. Well, I think it might. Yeah, it's fine. It's landed left side of the fairway, but bounds on. However, the approach to the 8th green from there, Trish.
Yeah, it's tricky. You'll have to turn that over considerably if he wants to have a chance of hitting the green, and that right-hand side is probably where he'll end up, where Oberg has just ended up.
By that you mean he's going to have to shape it from right and then have it swerving to the left.
Absolutely, yeah. There'll be some trees in his way there, and so a nice big high draw would be the order of the day.
Confirmation that Tommy Fleetwood did get up and down from the greenside bunker on 10, so he remains at 3 under and within 3 shots of the lead.
And he will be coming into view on 11 very shortly, so Alistair Bruce Ball will be able to guide you when Tommy Fleetwood comes round Amen Corner. So Scheffler and Morikawa and Aubert are all on 6 under, and Max Homer is on 5 under, and then you've got Bryson DeChambeau and Tommy Fleetwood on 3 under, and Xander Schauffele and Cam Smith, the Australian, and Nicolai Højgaard are all on 2 under, and Højgaard and Smith have reached the turn as we wait for Tommy Fleetwood to come into view on 11. So it'll be one of those, Ian, when you see on the monitor Tommy Fleetwood's second shot, give us a nudge, because obviously here at 11 the fairway up away to our left is blocked by all the trees here, so we've got a perfect view of the green, haven't we, Ali? But we can't actually see the golfers hitting their approaches in.
That's right, and that's exactly why I want to ask Andrew Magee, sitting on my right here, who's played in 7 Masters himself, this challenge of Amen Corner. So Amen Corner, this area of the golf course, which is a corner, it's right down at the bottom of the property. 3 of the most beautiful, beguiling but deadly holes. So the 11th 520 yard par 4 called White Dogwood, then the par 3 12, famous Golden Bell over Rays Creek, that very shallow green, wide green. It's like a pair of spectacles sort of lying on the ground staring at you in the distance, with the pin on the Sunday cut away to the right hand side, which is a real tempter if you're chasing. A couple of years ago when Scotty Scheffler won, Cam Smith birdied birdied the 11th, had the honour on the 12th, and stuck it straight in the water. And then the par 5 13th, the tee shot on the par 5 13th. So that is the challenge that the players have to face when coming through Iain Corner.
Ludwig Aubert chipping from just off the side of the 8th, and that was clumsy. Got way too much of the ball, and it has skipped through the green. And it'll be a putt or a chip, we wait to see, but he didn't get it close, and it doesn't look like he's going to capitalise on this par 5.
And just to highlight Tyrrell Hatton being in the mix here, his name has gone on the big white leaderboard opposite us, and we can see that he has reached the par 3 16th. He's through the par 3 16 with a par on there. He parred 15 as well, so he is 2 under for the tournament, 5 under for his round, and Kat will have him coming into view on 17 very shortly, around the same time that Tommy will come into view here on 11.
And Mark, just to say, this is a really, really important final 2 holes for Tyrrell Hatton, because the majors are the only place that he can earn world ranking points, and he needs to preserve his top 50 status if he is going to be able to maintain his career playing in the majors. And I talked to him at length about that last week, because he plays on the Live Tour, so there's a lot riding on these last 2 holes. I think he's got too much to do now to potentially be wearing a green jacket, but if he knows that if he can get a top 5 finish, he'll earn enough world ranking points to preserve that top 50 status for next year. And actually a high finish here, top 12 here, means that he'll come back to the Masters next year.
Well, now we've got that long eagle attempt for Max Homa, currently a shot off the lead, but it's all the way diagonally across the 8th green up towards the hole, which is away at the top left corner, and that is very, very well judged. That's to within 3 feet, Trish, and from where he was, it's another of these devilishly difficult greens at the Augusta National, and that was so well judged.
Yeah, and amazingly, that 8th green, I swear to God, in the last few years, it's almost disappeared. It is now so narrow. To actually hit that is such an achievement, especially from 240-odd yards back.
Colin Morikawa with his bunker shot from down the right side, could only go with an iron, and has left himself a lengthy 3rd into this par 5. Now, what did you make of Aubert's chip, Trish, on 8?
Not what I was expecting, Ian, I've got to be honest. The young fella has got a lovely touch around the greens. I think he just got that one all wrong, didn't he? Happens now and again.
This is for the outright lead. He has putter in hand. He's off the green. He's got a pace of fairway, and then onto the very tightly mown greens, 1/8 of an inch long, the grass blades on these putting surfaces, and that one just veers across the face of the hole, never really threatened to drop. Now, assuming he makes his couple of feet to save par, and Homer does likewise for his birdie, suddenly we'll have a 4-way tie for the lead.
It's just fantastic, isn't it? I mean, to think, you look at that and you think, my God, this back 9, I mean, normally there's maybe 1 or 2, but to think you could, and do you know what? If Tommy could just a couple more, all of a sudden, 4 players in with a shout.
Tommy Fleetwood, 3 shots off the lead, which could be about to become a 4-way share of the lead. And I thought it was gripping yesterday when the lead was changing hands. 6 men held the lead at one stage yesterday. Now 4 of them might be at one time. Homer, just a short putt this for birdie at the 8th. Right in the middle, no worries about that. And Max Homa, looking for his first major title, is now in a 4-way share of the lead with Aubert, Scheffler and Morikawa. And so there we are, 6 under all of them.
And here on 11, as Cam Young and Tommy Fleetwood come into view, Alistair Bruce Ball.
2 balls on the green at the par 4 11th. Tommy Fleetwood is walking to the right-hand side of the fairway, and the ball on the right-hand side of the green is kind of an uphill putt towards the flag, which is parked on the front left of the green just beyond the water. That's the threat here with the second shot on the par 4 11th, which is why you see so many players bailing out to the right-hand side. And Cam Young seems to be walking to the ball that is way at the back of this green, that is about 60 feet away. Andrew Magee, while they approach these balls, so I was just talking there about Iain Corner, which officially starts with the approach shot into the 11th green. It's 7 shots if you're going to play it to par. Approach into 11, 2 putts, tee shot on 12, 2 putts, and drive on 13. Tell us about playing it, how difficult it is.
Well, 11 is the first time you see water. You got 10 holes without water, and all of a sudden you're down here at Race Creek in the ominous big black pond in front of 11, which has captured so many balls. But yes, they say it's Amen Corner for a reason. You say amen when you finish the 3 and you've escaped any disasters. And with the lack of wind today, 12 is not, we haven't seen any doubles or any triples like we have seen. But right in front of us, yes, Tommy Fleetwood with the best angle here for birdie, right to lefter from about 12, 13 feet, could just sneak right up and maybe be 6 by the next hole.
Ian.
Scotty Scheffler, second shot at the 8th, using that draw to turn it from right to left. Can't quite control it enough to stay on the putting surface. It runs off the back right corner. Awkward little chip, but this is the sort of area in which Scheffler has excelled throughout the Masters. Company at the top of the leaderboard. He's one of 4 co-leaders because Ludwig Ober has indeed made his par at the 8th. So it's a 4-way tie. Morikawa and Scheffler making their way up the 8th hole, heading to the 9th tee. Ludwig Ober of Sweden and the American Max Homa, they are also at 6 under par.
And we saw this yesterday, didn't we, Trish? Just when he came back to the pack, he then went again.
Yeah, and I can't tell you what a great shot that was he just hit there. He turned it about 30 yards in the air. Little bit unlucky, got a hard first bounce, but left himself on an uphill lie. It's not the easiest up and down, as Ian said, but it is off an uphill lie, and you'd expect him to get it within 3 or 4 feet.
So we're keeping an eye on Scheffler and Morikawa and Homa and Ober, who are all 6 under. They have that 4-way tie for the lead. But we're also keeping an eye on Tommy Fleetwood in front of us here on the 11th green, who is 3 under with a birdie opportunity. And the other interesting thing, if people haven't been listening to our coverage for the rest of the week, is Tommy Fleetwood doesn't have his usual caddy with him this week. He has a local caddy, doesn't he, Ali? And you wonder what an advantage that may be on this back nine.
At this tournament, probably more useful than any other, and we know, we wish Ian Finnis well. We know he'll be watching, maybe even listening to us this evening, and absolutely wishing Tommy Fleetwood all the best with the local man on his bag. And this is a real chance, a birdie chance for Tommy Fleetwood on one of the most difficult holes on the golf course. He's not going to take too long over this. Andrew Magee has seen this putt, has played this putt, and he's just told you up the hill, right to left. I think maybe 15 to 20 feet for Tommy Fleetwood with the long hair flowing out of the back of the baseball cap. One last look at the hole, sets it on its way. It's quick, it's starting to take the turn. Will it go for Fleetwood? Tracking towards the hole. He's not quite given it enough, and he leans back in exasperation. Close but no cigar, Andrew.
Yeah, stay patient. A par on the 11th is not the bad thing at all. He left that short. We don't want to see any putts come up short when you're on the back nine of Augusta trying to win and trying to get in contention, Tommy.
Ian.
Colin Morikawa is 107 yards out after escaping the fairway bunker into which he drove. So wedge in hand, had a long chat with his caddy Jonathan, and now deciding on the flight and the high trajectory as he sends this to the flag at the back of the green. And this looks pretty good if it settles, and it does settle, and he's put it to 4.5 feet. So Morikawa with a chance of a birdie that in theory could give him the outright lead. Currently in that log jam at the top at 6 under par. If Scheffler gets up and down, he goes to 7 under par. Meanwhile, co-leader Homa on the 9th tee.
On the 9th, that sweeps all the way down to a little valley and then up towards the green near the clubhouse. And Homa, applause rings around the 9th green. No worries there, right down the left-hand side, and then it takes the shape of the fairway and rolls back just where you'd want to be, right down at the bottom in the middle of the fairway.
I thought this was exciting yesterday, but this could turn out to be one of the best finishes probably in Masters history.
Yes, chances plummeting all the time of a playoff.
Tommy Fleetwood comes on to the par 3 12th tee. At the same time, his English Ryder Cup teammate is on 17. Probably left himself too much to do to win it, but as Ian was explaining, Kat, his finish is important.
Yeah, since moving to the Live Tour, Tyrrell Hatton needs to get as many world ranking points as he can when he plays in the majors, and currently going really well on this final day. Started the day at 3 over par, currently 2 under par, but found himself out of position off the tee on 17. 17. Those overhanging pine trees down the right-hand side impeding his sight of the green, so he just had to knock it out, a little hockey shot, if you like, onto the fairway, and he's just chipped it up, pitched it over the bunker in front of the green on 17, the ball running through by about 20 feet, so could drop a shot here, Tyrrell Hatton. 2 under par at the moment with 2 holes left to play. John.
Scotty Scheffler then on the 8th, so way off the back right of the 8th, the par 5 8th, just bumping it forward, catches the edge of the slope there, and then rolls across the green, rolls by the hole on the right, and has come to rest 7 or 8 feet away. So that is what he will face for his birdie attempt to go to 7 under.
By his standards of chipping, that's, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great, is it?
No, it was a little heavy-handed, wasn't it? But you can see from the, well, we can see, you obviously can't if you're listening to this, there's a huge slope that he's come down there, and he bumped it into the bank, hoping that the bank would just kill it a little bit and it would just literally just feed down, but he got a little bit too much pace on it, but he's got an uphill putt coming back.
Tommy Fleetwood getting ready to hit the tee shot at Golden Bell, the par 3 12th. Pretty as a picture, absolutely jam-packed. The grandstand is chock full. Shoulder to shoulder they stand on the banks behind Tommy Fleetwood. On its way to tee shot, that looks really good for line. Safe, middle of the green from Fleetwood. If it's got the distance, Andrew Magee is giving it the thumbs up. Andrew.
Everybody knows you've got to not go for this pin placement. That's exactly where almost 90% of the field has hit it right there, about 35, 40 feet left of the hole, with a little left to righter across the green, going into the shadows where the pin is cut 4 paces from the right edge of the green.
Just shows how firm these greens are. That one just ran on a bit for Fleetwood, so just trundled off the back of the green, but put the brakes on in time before the bunker at the back of the putting surface. Now to Scheffler on the 8th, this for his birdie after the chip shot ran maybe 10 feet by, setting up to borrow a little bit from the left to use the slope and hope that it will track back towards the cup. Sends it on its way, beautifully judged by Scotty Scheffler, who makes the birdie. He was caught by the pack and then he nudges ahead, maybe only temporarily because Morikawa's got a shorter birdie putt to come, but Scheffler bounces back from the bogey at 7 with a birdie at 8.
So now it is Colin Morikawa attempting to follow him in on the 8th green. It's tight for Scheffler, tighter than it was 2 years ago when he took his first green jacket, led by 3 into that final round. He had a 5-shot lead coming up the 18th, but Morikawa, this to draw alongside him again, and in it goes. A little punch of the fist there from Morikawa. That's the first time that we've seen that sort of reaction from one of these final 2, and they're all square, they're shoulder to shoulder, 7 under.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? All 3 of these American protagonists, they're all Ryder Cup mates. You know, this in general, I'm sure they get on very well, but this particular week, we are the very best of enemies, I think would be the best way of putting it. But he's, you have to remember, Morikawa, when he first came out on tour, when he was winning his majors, he was the iron player on tour. He was the man. Every time he had an iron in his hand, he looked invincible.
Well, Max Homa has an iron in his hand. He's only got 94 yards up the hill to the 9th with his second shot. He goes long, and well, we're going to see potentially a very, very imaginative putt here for Homa, because it will be steeply downhill with a big right to left on it. That was just slightly heavy-handed by the standards required to profit on this 9th hole at Augusta today. He's safely on the green though, Homa, and Ludwig Aubert hit a monstrous drive down this 9th, and he's only got 84 yards to go, John.
Yes, with the flag fluttering, the yellow flag right towards the front of the green. That's what makes this one such a challenge today, with the slope that there is on this 9th green, and he's gone beyond. He's actually landed it almost right alongside Max Homa's ball in terms of the distance. They're probably 10 yards apart, but it holds on up there, and same applies to Aubert. He's got that terribly challenging putt back down the slope.
I'm looking forward to these putts because they will require some imagination.
Well, we just saw Schauffele putt and pretty much had the same putt, and I reckon he played at least 20 to 25 feet of break. And that sounds like ridiculous, but
he actually had his back to the hole, didn't
absolutely. He basically went sideways. He couldn't really see the hole, and he knocked it to about 2 feet, so it was an extraordinary putt.
Right, the final pair have arrived on this 9th tee. As John was saying, it plunges downhill and then it turns almost at right angles to go uphill to the green, which is located. The green actually on the 9th is the one that is closest to the clubhouse. And when this course was very first built, that was the 18th green. And then they flipped the 9s after only a year or so. Here is Morikawa with his tee shot. And he sends it with a little bit of fade, moving the ball through the air with control, left to right and down the fairway, and that's a fine tee shot from Morikawa. And the reason that they changed the 9s around was because the 12th, as is, the lowest point on the course was the 3rd hole on the card. And if you were playing early in the morning, this being a winter golf course, it shuts for the summer, quite often that green would be affected by frost. So they turned it around, and that then became the 12th hole, and it'd be fine by the time you got to it.
So we've got some drama right now on this 9th hole. The last pair teeing off, the penultimate pair are up on the green with the putts coming that we described, and now it is the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, thwacking his tee shot off down the 9th.
Is that a technical term?
that was a thwack, and he has landed it right in the middle of the fairway, and it rolls down to the bottom of the valley that we've been describing. What always comes to mind here on the final day with the hole where it is, when Greg Norman was under massive pressure from Nick Faldo, who came from 6 shots back to win back in '96. This was where Greg Norman went for the hole on the front of the green, and it rolled all the way back.
Just going to jump in. Tyrrell Hatton has bogeyed 17. Details of that from Cat Shawley. He's back to 1 under. Tommy Fleetwood ahead on the 12th green. Ali.
Birdie putt on its way from the back of the green, peering through the binoculars, watching it track down the slope towards Rays Creek, but pulling up safely short of that, and he's left himself below the hole. So an uphill putt to come for Tommy Fleetwood. Andrew Magee, did you get a good sight of that? How long is that one left, do you think?
Well, it was judged well for speed. He's just below the hole. I think he's got about a 4-footer. Hard to judge. We're about 200 yards away, sitting in the back of this grandstand. But maybe we should go to John, because this is not so exciting on this hole right now.
Andrew, you'll not believe this. The putt that we've been describing for Ludwig Ober, he's only just gone and holed it. What a touch that is. And it was a massive curly putt out to the right and bang on line, just dropped in the front right of the hole. And Ober, Ludwig Ober, goes back to 7 under par.
Well, I've got to be honest, that is not the putt. Yeah, it's a great putt and he's holed it. If that misses, at the pace he's hit that and the line he's hit that on, he's off the front of the green. And it's gone in and it's worked. But I think we're going to see Max Homa play, and I'm assuming we're going to see Max Homa play a totally different putt.
Tommy Fleetwood on the 12th has tapped in and made his par. So Tommy Fleetwood's challenge remains strong. He has parred the 11th, had a birdie chance there. He has parred the 12th. One more shot remaining to complete Amen Corner. That is the drive off the tee of the par 5 13th. He is currently 4 shots off the lead, chasing his first major.
Max Homa on the 9th green, putting delicately down the slope, and this one's tracking towards the hole, but then accelerates in the way that Trish was describing the potential for Ober's putt to have done, and it has missed on the left side and then gone on by 5-6 feet. So a real tester for Homa, who drops out of the share of the lead. We now have Scheffler at the top at 7 under, we have Morikawa at 7 under, and Ludwig Ober at 7 under with that outrageous putt for birdie on the 9th, and Ober remains on course here to make all sorts of history. This really is now turning into a remarkable performance.
And you would say at the moment it's probably between those 4, because then there is a gap to DeChambeau and Tommy Fleetwood, who are 4 off the lead at the moment. As we say, you never know at the back nine at Augusta, but they've got some work to do, have DeChambeau and Fleetwood, if they're going to close that gap on Scheffler, Morikawa and Herbert on 7 under, and Max Homa on 6 under, and with a 4 or 5 footer to save his par on the 9.
He has saved it, Mark. He's just tapped in and a smile on his face, and he does look like someone, doesn't give much away, Max Homa, as he makes his way around a golf course. He always has a very rigid back in the way that he walks, but there is a smile on his face. Meanwhile, there's a big smile on the face of Ludwig Olberg, and all sorts going on as he walks off the green.
He was actually eating one of those, what do you call them, protein bars. He was eating a protein bar, and he was holding it in his hand, but also sort of bumping knuckles with some of the crowd. One member of the crowd bumped his knuckles and knocked the protein bar, and he actually stopped in his tracks. He sort of glared at the kid who knocked his arm, but he was joking, and then he smiled at him and walked on and had a big he's just holding an incredible putt. Of course he feels great. He doesn't mind what happens to his protein bar.
I'm sure he has a few more protein bars in that bag. How many protein bars do you have in your bag per round, Trish?
Not a lot, to be honest. A cheese sarnie normally.
A cheese sarnie?
Yeah, that pretty much sums up the difference, doesn't it, between me and an athlete?
Anything else? Banana?
No, that's way too healthy.
Oh, okay. Can of cider?
Listen, I'll get into trouble if we keep going.
Quickly to details of Tyrrell Hatton's bogey, Cat.
Yeah, big shouts of disappointment from the crowd here as that drop shot for Max Homa came up on the big scoreboard. To the right, you can tell who their favourite is today around this 17th. The only man shouting, though, on the 17th when Tyrrell Hatton dropped his shot was Hatton himself. Let out a brief 4-letter explosion and then stormed off to the 18th tee. So Tyrrell Hatton has fallen down to, let me just double check, 1 under par, and then promptly sprayed his drive on the 18th into the trees down the right hand side. He looked like somebody had told him that his plane had been cancelled home later as he walked past me below me here on the 18th fairway.
Now, Colin Morikawa, his tee shot on the 9th actually leaked off into the trees, and he's playing from the pine needles with a tree very much in front of him. He's got to try and bend this round and then on a low trajectory let the ball climb up onto the green, and it hasn't. It's just veered off the knuckle that is on the left front of the green, and I suspect the ball has propelled off that and gone into the greenside bunker, which is going to leave a very, very tricky, treacherous bunker shot for the co-leader Colin Morikawa.
Just ahead of him and over to the other side of the fairway, Scotty Scheffler, who's got a little bit of an angle, sort of left centre of the fairway. And again, just to remind you that the hole is right at the front of this 9th green, this uphill shot. Off it goes. Huge divot comes up, and he's landed it beyond the hole, and it will roll back. If it catches the slope here, this could be very, very good. It's caught the slope. It's rolling down towards the hole. Oh, he almost holed his second shot. What a shot. Brilliantly judged. And it is by the hole side, and that is a certainty for a birdie for Scotty Scheffler to go to 8 under par and regain control on the final afternoon of this Masters.
Well, what an amazing shot that was. We've seen all these players, top-class players, play their second shots into 9, and not one of them has managed to pitch it just on the top of that bank with just enough spin on it to bring it back, and that was so close to holding it. Look, he's pitched it just up the top, but he's absolutely got the perfect strike on it, and as it's coming back down towards the hole, well, I think we all thought that's going in. It's going in. It's just veered off, but no more than a couple of inches. What a shot by Scheffler.
But what a response as well, Trish. He bogeyed the par 4 7th, and that brought him back to the field in a 4-way tie with Morikawa and Herbert and Max Homa, and within 2 holes he's likely to have gone birdie and put himself out on his own.
Well, this just shows the class of the man, doesn't it? As soon as anybody gets within striking distance, it's as though he just says, OK, I'll let you come at me, and then as soon as they come there, he just puts his foot down on the gas again.
Shot of the day right there, and he's already tapped it in, Mark, for his birdie. So he is out in front once again at 8 under par, one ahead of Aubert and one ahead of Morikawa, who has work to do on this 9th, having missed the green and we think into the bunker. That was extraordinary.
So we're waiting for Morikawa, aren't we, on 9, and then that will be the whole of the field through the front 9, and then we're on to all of the drama of the back 9 here at Augusta, where the sun is shining and maybe the wind has just picked up as the flag in front of me on 11 blows from left to right, and Ludwig Aubert is going down 10. Iain.
Driver in hand, and, well, just with the trademark absence of fuss, fires that one a long way down, and he's given himself a real rarity on the 10th. He's given himself a flat lie for his second shot there. Meanwhile, back at the 9th, Morikawa is indeed in the bunker, not got much green to work with other than to go beyond the flag here and use the slope that was used to such great effect by Scotty Scheffler just a few moments ago. So there he is, hands low as he gets ready, wide open face of the club, skims underneath it, doesn't give it enough and leaves it in the bunker and stands hands on hips. Is this the moment that the Masters green jacket slips away from Collin Morikawa? He remains in the bunker, 3 shots in on the 10th, as we now watch the low trajectory hooked draw of Max Homer as he fires a 3-wood down the slope, taking the slope and the contours, and the ball accelerating down that ski slope that is the 10th fairway. Morikawa, with his second attempt to escape the bunker on 10, succeeds, and that one goes 20 feet by, so he's got 20 feet for bogey now, has Collin Morikawa, with a huge right-to-left borrow on the putt that is coming up. What a dramatic final day we're witnessing.
And you wonder, Andrew Magee, don't you? You wonder how much that is in response to what Scotty Scheffler has just done on those last 2 holes.
Yeah, it just seems to me like Scotty Scheffler kind of falls back, gives the field a little hope. It's like fishing. The hook's in the fish's mouth, and then he spits it out again, and then here comes the field. I mean, but the field's falling back. This is kind of a classic Scotty Scheffler day, isn't it?
Except one of the field, Ludwig Aubert, is not falling back, and I think from what Iain described, he's okay on the 10th as well, is Aubert, who is just one off the lead held by Scotty Scheffler. Iain.
Yes, he is, and Scheffler is standing impassively here at the back of the 9th green. Can I actually see some of that? Was it kinesic tape? Was that how you call it? You know, the tape that you can see that the darkness of that underneath his Georgia peach shirt. So he's obviously had a little bit of treatment to his shoulder. But he's watching as Morikawa now settles over this putt. Changed his putter mid-tournament, did Collin Morikawa, to great effect for yesterday's 69. Needs some magic from it now. This for bogey, misses. It was threatening to just turn at the last, but it didn't. It remains behind the hole. He taps it in, and it's a double bogey 6 for Collin Morikawa. And at 5 under par, he goes into the back 9 of the Masters, now in 4th place, having been on the 9th tee in a share of the lead and 3 shots behind the leader, Scotty Scheffler, the hot favourite coming into this tournament. He is the man with the lead, heading to the 10th tee. And up ahead, what a shot from Max Homer. Goodness gracious me, he very nearly holed it. Second shot into the 10th, and he manages to hold that. If he does, then he will move to 7 under and within a shot of the lead. It's happening all over the place right now, and Tyrrell Hatton was looking for a birdie, I think, on the 18th. It's just gone past the edge of the hole, so he will end his Masters, I think, at 1 under par. I will confirm that for you. But here is Ludwig Aubert, 140 yards out. His tee shot was 350 yards, and this is a fine shot, not quite as good as Homer's, but it is sucking back towards the hole, and he has given himself around about 18 feet for birdie. Homer should make birdie after his brilliant approach, and I'm afraid that is a bogey to finish for Tyrrell Hatton. He finishes up at level par, so a very costly final couple of holes for the Englishman.
And just remind us, what if he finishes in the top 12? Was that Andrew Magee?
12 and ties is the automatic exemption for coming back next year and world ranking points. So this is going to be nip and tuck.
Bryson DeChambeau is about to come down 11. He is 3 under. Kat is watching McIlroy.
Yeah, a couple of birds of prey floating high in the sky over the 18th as Rory McIlroy teed off as though to pick over the carcass of his 10th attempt at completing the career Grand Slam. He dropped a shot, 3-putting the 17th green, and then hit an absolute peach of a drive down 18. But that's Rory McIlroy for you, isn't it? Just not got the consistency this week, and he finishes the 17th at 4 over par, playing down the last hole of his Masters for this year.
I can see him playing his second shot now from the first of the bunkers. He's been in there, I think, 3 days running. I don't think he likes this approach shot. No, he doesn't. It catches the bank on the left of the green and cascades down into the front row of the spectators. Short-sided there, so that will be awkward to try and get up and down. And just to go back to Tyrrell Hatton, he's currently in a share of 11th place.
That really is on the edge for Tyrrell Hatton, who has finished bogey, but most definitely not the first and maybe not the last man to finish bogey this week at the 88th Masters. Our leader is Scotty Scheffler. He's on 8 under. Whether he wins the green jacket or not, he's had a momentous week. He admitted earlier this week, remember his wife Meredith not with him because she's due to give birth in the next couple of weeks, but he admitted this week that he's made himself breakfast for the first time in his life, and was asked about, I know Andrew, was asked in the press conference yesterday. You said yesterday you made yourself breakfast for the first time. What did you make? Eggs and some toast. Yes?
Well, what makes me laugh about that is the follow-up question is, because you're in the final group so often,
Yeah.
Come on, I mean, some good questions to be asked there.
It reminds me of about 5 years ago when I were with Phil Neville, and he told me that he'd had to phone his wife to ask how to make a cup of coffee. Iain.
Scotty Scheffler, tee shot, driver in hand on the par 4 10th, going down that slope, and well, he is so accurate with those tee shots, and once again he delivers in that regard. Middle of the fairway as we fast forward to the green, and in amongst the dappled shadows of the tall loblolly pines we find Ludwig Aubert, and this is a putt to tie the lead. Round about 20-25 feet. Big break from left to right, sends it on its way delicately, turning too much, but it might come back, and it doesn't, and it just cozies up to the hole side, and he'll just walk up and tap that in with a minimum of fuss. A stress-free par to start the back 9 for Aubert, but at 7 under par, 1 behind the leader Scheffler, and he should have company at 7 under very shortly, because Max Homer is looking at a very short birdie putt after a brilliant approach. Now very quickly Morikawa on this 495-yard par 4 hits a slinging hook down the fairway. That's a fine tee shot from Morikawa, so he's in the fairway as well, Mark.
We talked about the consistency, Andrew Magee, didn't we, of Aubert over the course of the week. You know, what did I say it was? A 73, a 69 and a 70. I'll come back to that in a minute. Iain?
Homer, this little tiddler for birdie on the 10th. This makes up massive ground on the field. It grabs the edge of the hole. It disappears. It threatened to just potentially spin out. It didn't. It's a birdie for Homer. There have been precious few birdies on this 10th hole, and as a result the American, seeking his first major title, moves to within a shot of the lead as he heads to the 11th tee.
He's a popular guy, isn't he, Max Homer, Andrew Magee?
He's a member at my club, and he couldn't be any nicer. Every time I see him, he always says, "Hi, Andrew, how are you?" I mean, I barely know the guy. He's just a splendid, lovely. He comes to the club and he works on his game with his tracer by himself, gets on the edge of the range and just grinds it out, and he's always working on something.
I've tended to find in this that it always feels like most people are members of your club.
Oh, thank you. It's really hard to get in it, actually. I mean, John Rahm is a member there. Yes, thank you very much. Martin Keimer used to be. Phil Mickelson designed one of the courses. But yes, we have a lot of golf pros.
Larry Fitzgerald, the wide receiver.
Yes, Larry Fitzgerald, and I can't even count all the celebrities. Okay.
John Murray.
No.
One of Bryson DeChambeau or Xander Schauffele has hit it into about 10 feet here on the par 4 11th. But the beauty of the build-up of the drama here is, Mark, that the rest of the fairway away to our left-hand side is screened from us. So we have absolutely no idea at the moment who that ball belongs to. DeChambeau still in the running here, 3 under par. He's 5 shots off the lead.
So we have Scotty Scheffler on 8 under, Max Homa and Ludwig Aubert on 7 under, and they are about to come into Amen Corner. They will be on the 11th tee shortly. Scheffler and Morikawa are going down 10. It is set up beautifully, and our coverage of the 88th Masters will continue after the latest BBC News on 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the 5 Live News, this is James Wickham. The UN Secretary-General has called on nations to work together for peace in the Middle East. Antonio Guterres' comments follow last night's direct attack by Iran on Israel, which it said was in response to an Israeli airstrike on one of its diplomatic buildings in Syria 2 weeks ago. Mr. Guterres opened the session of the UN Security Council by saying that acts of reprisal involving the use of force are barred under international law, and then issued a plea to members.
We have a shared responsibility to work for peace. Regional and indeed global peace and security are being undermined by the hour. Neither the region nor the world can afford more war. Thank you.
Earlier, the G7 group of wealthy countries said Iran's first ever direct attack on Israel with drones and missiles risked uncontrollable escalation in the Middle East. In a statement, the group's leaders called for restraint on all sides. They said they would try to stabilise the situation and work together to help end the crisis in Gaza. Here, the Prime Minister said RAF planes had shot down a number of the Iranian drones. Both Labour and the Liberal Democrats supported the action and said it was a time for cool and calm heads. More than 250 survivors of a bomb attack at Manchester Arena 7 years ago are taking legal action against MI5. They believe the intelligence service missed a significant opportunity to prevent the suicide bombing, in which 22 people were killed. And the Olivier Theatre Awards are taking place at the Royal Albert Hall in London. The Best Actress prize has gone to Sarah Snook for her one-woman show, The Picture of Dorian Gray, while Mark Gatiss has taken the Best Actor award for his role in The Motive and The Queue.
The Masters, live from Augusta National with Mark Chapman on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
And all the final pairings are on to the back 9. So back 9 Sunday at the 88th Masters, live from Augusta. Scotty Scheffler, the world number 1, already has 1 green jacket and he is 8 under. But they are chasing him. Max Homa, the American, Ludwig Aubert, the Swede, are both 7 under. Colin Morikawa has just dropped back to 5 under. And then on 3 under, not out of it, but they're going to have to go some, Tommy Fleetwood and Bryson DeChambeau. Details of the leader and Morikawa with Iain Carter.
Yes, both are on the green on the 10th. Long-range birdie putt coming across the green for Colin Morikawa. Another excellent approach shot from Scotty Scheffler, who suddenly seems to be much more dialed in, and he's given himself a real good look at birdie, maybe from around about 12 feet. Tommy Fleetwood has just hit an immaculate eagle putt on the 13th that has cozied up to the hole side. So he's about to go to 4 under par, the Englishman, and I can tell you that Max Homa is firmly in the fairway on the 11th. I can't quite tell you about Aubert with his tee shot. I didn't quite catch sight of that, but Homa is in good shape for his second shot into 11, I can tell you that.
And it will be a while until we see their second shots, because the group ahead of them, Xander Schauffele and Bryson DeChambeau, are on the green. Xander Schauffele 1 under. He started the day 2 under. Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under, having started the day 3 under, although he's had a bit of a roller coaster there. He bogeyed the first, he bogeyed the third, but then he birdied the fourth. and then he birdied the 5th, and then it's been a lot calmer for him since then. So he has a birdie putt coming up. If you haven't heard the rest of the day's sports news, both Arsenal and Liverpool beaten at home in the Premier League today. Arsenal 2-0 by Aston Villa, Liverpool 1-0 by Crystal Palace. Fulham also won at West Ham. Manchester United beat Chelsea to make the Women's FA Cup final, where they'll play Tottenham, who knocked out Leicester. Toulouse thrashed Exeter in Rugby Union's Champions Cup to make it through to the semi-finals. And in Rugby League's Challenge Cup, Hull KR will play Wigan and Warrington will play Huddersfield in the semi-finals. It will be Xander Schauffele, I think, to go again here, won't it, Ali? And the way he's, if he isn't careful, he's going to fall back into the pond here on 11, the way he's lining up this putt.
That's right. That is the dark, forbidding pond that eats into the front portion of this 11th green. I heard Kat Downs describing this in commentary yesterday as sort of kidney-shaped, and I've been sitting here this afternoon trying to come up with a sort of another simile for it. I've got a couple, but I'll come back to it in a second because Ian's got Colin Morikawa in his sights.
Long-range birdie putt across the front of the 10th green, the ball tracking towards the hole. This looks very good indeed, actually, and it just puts the brakes on and cozies up to 12 inches from the cup. So the gum-chomping Colin Morikawa will tap in, and in fact he will waste no time about that. Tommy Fleetwood has tapped in for his birdie on 13. He is at 4 under par in 5th place on his own. Morikawa is at 5 under par, so in 4th place on his own. That's 3 shots behind Scotty Scheffler, Ali, who is going to be putting for birdie very shortly.
And we will hope that John Murray and Trish Johnson can get to 15 in time to see Tommy Fleetwood. They'll have a little bit of time, but he's now 4 under, so he's 4 off the lead here on 11.
Yeah, the 11th green, I would say, as we look at it, so we're looking across the fairway. No, I'm still going to hold on to this, Ian. As in hold on to the analogy.
Hold on to the commentary.
Excellent. Well, Scotty Scheffler down on his haunches now and just popping the ball down, picking up his marker. He has stalked this putt from all over the place, and as we were saying about Homer with his birdie at the 10th, if you make a birdie here, you really steal a march on the field, and this is only 10 feet, and here he is now putting from the shadow of a slender pine tree. Goes through the shadow into the sunlight and into the hole, and that is back-to-back birdies for the world number 1, the man bidding for a second Masters title here at Augusta, and he's right on track. 3 birdies in a row, birdie at 8, birdie at 9, birdie at 10, and Scheffler out of nowhere goes 2 clear at 9 under par.
Which means that this Bryson DeChambeau birdie putt from 10 feet on the 11th, if it drops, will get him to within 5 shots now of Scotty Scheffler's lead. He doesn't know yet about the latest Scheffler birdie. Standing tall over the putter, long putter in his hands, that left arm, rigid, firm, tickles the ball towards the hole and backs off as it skids past on the left, goes not racing by but a couple of feet by, but as soon as it set off, Bryson DeChambeau knew that putt was missing, so he marks it and will line up just to get ready and tap in for par. Meanwhile, Andrew Magee, if you want to know about the dangers of that beautiful par 3 12th hole here, shortest hole on the card at Augusta National, Nicolai Højgaard, tell us about him.
Well, he just made a 7. He popped 2 in the water. He chipped 1 in the water where there's drop. Still getting a little too greedy there, Nicolai. You need to play that one onto the green and make a double and then get out of there, not a quad.
And let's not forget, if people weren't listening yesterday, I think on the 10th hole yesterday, he took the lead for the first time on 7 under and then went 5 bogeys on the spin, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We had a big conversation about how's he going to do with the lead, and he didn't do well at all.
So Bryson DeChambeau has popped it in for a par. So he and Xander Schauffele make their way to the 12th tee. 2 groups yet to play this 11th hole in front of us. And DeChambeau, he's got a chase. I mean, it's going to be fireworks from DeChambeau over the back 9 because he remains at 3 under. It's a full 6 shots off the lead. I would say that 11th green from up here, from our view, looking across the fairway, is like a sort of big, giant, fat comma. You know, like the punctuation mark. But if you're looking at it from the player's point of view, hitting the second shot in, I would go for an arched Carlo Ancelotti eyebrow with the pond acting as Ancelotti's eye beneath it.
Or I would go Mr. Lazy from the Mr. Man. Ian?
Very good.
No, I wasn't asking for comment on that.
Yeah,
I was just wondering who you could see.
I just felt like passing comment, so I have. I could see Ludwig Aubert in his 217 yards from basically where you guys are, overlooking the 11th green, and he is ready to hit. He's had a long chat with Joe Scovron, his caddy. Used to caddy for Ricky Fowler, and here it goes, climbing into the sky. This is turning from right to left, and it might be heading towards the pond.
Oh, it's hit the bank and bounces hard straight into the water. Ludwig Aubert, in his very first major, his first Masters, 2 shots off the lead. Chasing Scotty Scheffler, has chased the pin, the tight pin to the left of the 11th green, and he has made a fatal Sunday Masters mistake. A couple of yards out, that's all you have to be. It hits the front of that bank, Andrew Magee, and splash.
Rookie mistake. You cannot hit it for this pin. You have to play right. Even if you miss the green right, you have a chance. He's staring right at it. 6, a double bogey. Knock him out of this competition. As soon as this 9 is posted on the board, you're going to hear the murmurs.
Yeah, because that 9 has not gone on the board here at Amen Corner at the moment. So when Ludwig Aubert comes into view here, that 9 will probably go up on the board at the same time as he is working out where to drop to play his 4th. Iain watching Homer playing into the 11th.
Yes, 207 yards out, worth reiterating that the flag located just 5 paces off the left of the green, so 6 paces from the watery grave that has enveloped the ball of Ludwig Aubert. What a moment that was in the 88th Masters, and may well have just sunk the rookie and his chances of making history. Long conversation going on between Homer and his caddy Joe Greiner, but now the bearded American still not ready to go.
Interestingly, just down here, Iain, the breeze has just picked up slightly with the flag on the 11th fluttering from right to left, so they'll be coming into the breeze on that green.
And that's the concern. That's the concern that Greiner and Homer have. Meanwhile, Scotty Scheffler, the leader at 9 under 2 clear, is just standing on the tee waiting to play his tee shot on this demanding par 4 11th, 520 yards.
What you will hear in the background on my microphone, maybe this time, this might be as anticlimactic as last time, who knows, but the 9 has gone. There you go.
There's a little, well, here comes Homer. He's hit, and this looks a much better line, Ali.
We're looking, people are pointing, the patrons are pointing down near the green. It's perfect from Max Homer. He's plotting his way around Augusta National beautifully this afternoon. 2 under par for his round today. Played very carefully yesterday. Lots and lots of pars. May have to push a little bit harder this afternoon, but the ball is safely, Andrew Magee, on the 11th green.
Yeah. A little bit like Tommy Fleetwood's line here, right of the hole, about 15, 18 feet. Big swinging right to left. Wind is picking up slightly, which is going to pull it left even more, but a good chance.
Tommy Fleetwood with his approach into the 14th, finds the putting surface, but couldn't get that alleyway to the hole from the left of the hole because he pushed it a fraction, and he's given himself 25 feet, 30 feet for birdie on the 14th. Remember, Fleetwood is just on the verge of contending. He's at 4 under par, but of course what Scheffler's done over the last 3 holes has made it a distant prospect of the Englishman donning the green jacket. You never know on the back 9 at Augusta, and that sound there was of Scotty Scheffler crashing into his drive. Oh, that's an absolute beauty, straight down the middle of the fairway, and he has crunched that into prime position off the 11th tee.
Standing room only at Amen Corner. Scotty Scheffler's hit his tee shot on the 10th, and the spectators are pouring into whatever spaces there are left away to the right-hand side of this fairway. Just beyond them, the 2 giant grassy humps look like giant camel's humps to the right of the 11th green. Standing ovation for both golfers as they approach the 11th green. Max Homer safely on the putting surface, 30-footer to come, right to left, as Andrew Magee was explaining, for a birdie to get himself to 8 under par. That would be 1 back from Scotty Scheffler, the leader, who has already started his journey down the 10th. And Andrew, what about Ludwig Aubert in terms of what he is thinking right now and processing everything that is going on. Big white leaderboard to his left tells the story. He's gone chasing that flag. He's made a big mistake. Can he rectify it?
He certainly can. You know, he's got to put this behind him. His demeanor is so calm, and he's got 2 par 5s ahead of him. He's got to see where he's going to drop here. He's going to bring the official in here to help with this spot, or has he got a good line on this? He's walking maybe a good 50, 60 yards back to get a little spin on this tight pin to the water's edge. Sorry, I couldn't say tightly.
A tight pin. Wow,
very tight.
But it is. I mean, Andrew, in terms of this shot, he's now got to hit, like you say, from 60, 70 yards. Iain was just explaining. So we're looking at that yellow flagstick and that yellow rectangular flag just fluttering gently in this breeze down at Amen Corner. But, I mean, there's so little to work with if you want to get this close.
Well, his caddy is stepping it off. He started to where he thinks the ball should land. Maybe 6 paces before the hole, so it's going to skip a couple times. Probably a 2-hopper, skipper, stopper. All right, that's something.
I love that. 2-hopper, skipper, stopper.
Yes, I made that up. I like it.
You don't mean like a skipper across the water like they hit on 16th on the practice days?
No. His caddy started on the green, not in the water.
Right, Ludvig Åberg. This is serious for him, though, and he's going to take his time. And now, as you say, Andrew, they are going to call the rules official in. So Max Homa has a wait here. Scotty Scheffler has hit his tee shot on the 10th. And
11th.
This is the 11th, correct, thank you. On the 11th, and it's an absolute perler. So he will be waiting to hit into this green, but he is going to have a little bit of a wait. So we've got Ludvig Åberg currently on 7 under par, but second shot, going for that flag, hit the slope at the front of the green, dropped in the water. He is now playing his 4th, so unless he holds this, he's dropping at least 1 here. And this is the beauty of the back 9 at Augusta and where they put the pins. You can chase them, you can make birdies, you can make charges. You see people charging up the field and winning Masters like Jack Nicklaus back in 1986, but equally if you go for them there's real danger and it can cost you. So ball in the drop zone and Ludvig Åberg is just about ready to go, and Andrew Magee loves how quick and decisive he is over the ball. So a couple of quick practice swings, steps into the ball here, Ludvig Åberg, 24-year-old Swede, young man, sunshine glinting off the iron shaft, throws it over the water, here it comes, and he's gone safely to the right of the flag, bounces twice and eventually pulls up to a halt. And I tell you what, for the 5 there, he's got at least 25 feet to come across that green. Yeah, no chance to really hit it close. You can't make 2 mistakes on one hole and really throw this away. A double's going to be treacherous enough, go back to 5 under, but you cannot try to stuff that in there close. You have to go by the hole and just not compound the problem.
And we talked, I think it was on Friday, didn't we, about how you have to somehow treat this as a 5. I know it's a par 4, but if you treat it in your head as a 5 and get off, then you're fine.
Unfortunately, we've seen Rory do that several times on 11. This is Amen Corner, the start of it. It can ruin your tournament, and it's just ruined his chances. Quite a big problem here on 11. That shot he's just hit, exactly right from Andrew, is officially kind of the first shot into Amen Corner. There are more experienced golfers than Ludvig Åberg that have made that mistake. 1990, Ray Floyd in the playoff with Nick Faldo found the water, second playoff hole, and lost the Masters just like that. We have a birdie putt coming here for Max Homa. Ian Carter, quickly, news of Tommy Fleetwood.
Birdie attempt just fails and shaves the right edge. It'll be a stone-cold par to remain at 4 under for Fleetwood.
Right, so Max Homa is 7 under par, chasing a first major championship. A cool, collected Californian playing in his 5th Masters. So far, his best ever finish, just a tied 43rd. But over the years, he's been getting himself ready for moments like this. Right to left, up the hill, across the 11th green for Homa for the birdie. Looks beautiful and just glides by on the left-hand side. And that's the danger, because look at it go, and it tiptoes on, and that's 6-7 feet left for the par.
Yeah, just when we were talking about the greens are slow today, not really here at 11. The balls have been just trundling by 5, 6, 10 footers for par all day long. That at least was a good go. Didn't leave it short, but he's going to have to grind this 8-footer in the hole here for par.
That is a proper grind. Beautiful scene. Back of this green, the 11th. We're looking directly across it from the back of the grandstand behind the 12th tee. Back of the green is dappled in shade, but where the golfers are golfing their balls, as they say right now, is in the spotlight, is in the sunshine. Everything reflected in the calm waters of the pond, and Rays Creek behind them away to the right, looking up towards the par 3 12th, which is the next challenge to come. But this is a problem for Ludvig Åberg, because this is probably Well, it's got to be close to 20 feet, and this is for a bogey 5, having found the water with his second shot. Scotty Scheffler, the leader by 2, 9 under par, waiting in the middle of the 11th fairway. Aubert, again, quick over the ball, sends the putt on its way. Can he get it for the 5? No, it's a double bogey 6 if he holds that one, because that one has rolled 3 feet by as well. They are scary, scary putts, Andrew Magee.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty flat, tame-looking pin placement, doesn't it, Chappers? And all of a sudden, it's got a lot of slope from behind, and it's just racing by.
Closing moments of this year's Masters at Amen Corner, and it feels like the entire spectators are all here. I mean, there is just not a space to be had, and it's hats atop heads everywhere you look. The baseball caps and the boaters and the trilbies, not the beanies today, far too hot for that. Max Homer then grinding here, maybe 7-8 feet for par, and Scotty Scheffler just standing there, probably just drumming his fingers gently on the grip of his golf club, just watching the pressure that he is applying on the rest of this field as he tries to close in on a second green jacket in 3 years. Homer in bright blue just widens the stance for a crucial par putt on the 11th, sends the ball on its way and finds the middle of the hole, rock solid as he has been all week. And there's a little clenched fist and a punch of the air there from Max Homer. He knew that was a real test. He's passed it, so he remains at 7 under par, 2 shots off the lead. And Ludwig Aubert absolutely not only has to hold this, Andrew Magee, but let's say he does and drops back to 5 under par. The immediate temptation will be to chase that flag on the par 3 12th, won't it?
Isn't that beautiful? Isn't this Amen Corner beautiful, what it does? We've seen this so often. It's just incredible. He's got one shot at a time. Let's go back to the rule book. Let's take our time, knock this 4-footer, 3-footer in, and then hit it left of the hole 20 feet, and then try to finish up strong.
Okay, here we go then. Aubert from 3 feet. Yep, in it goes, but it could be very costly. That could be the moment that he will look back on that has cost him a real shot at a green jacket in his very first major. It's not over yet. Max Homer is being roared, absolutely roared onto the 12th tee here at Augusta National. Fans in front of us standing up, taking the caps off their heads, and it's proper adulation as the American reaches onto that raised platform. I wonder, Andrew, whether some of that is to do with his gutsy performance at the Ryder Cup last year for the USA.
Oh, I think you're right. He's becoming a star, and the patrons have truly, that was just amazing. I was wondering what kind of ovation, because we're going to get a huge one from Scotty Scheffler walking up in a bit, but for Max Homer, he has really ingratiated himself with the patrons here in Augusta.
Just to tidy a few things up on those behind us, as we heard from Iain, Tommy Fleetwood parred 14, so he stays 4 under. Bryson DeChambeau has gone through 11 and 12, and he's parred both of those. So Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under, and after Aubert went in the water, so has
Collin Morikawa. Concentric circles rippling out wider and wider in front of the 11th green. It's not going to make Ludwig Aubert feel any better, but as I tell you, top golfers, experienced golfers can make that mistake. Next to play into the 11th, Scotty Scheffler. Iain.
Yes, from the middle of the fairway, off the back of 3 straight birdies. He's got the perfect look here. And there he goes, the Scheffler shuffle of the feet, and the ball heading in your direction, Ali.
It's okay, it's safe, it's cautious, it's away to the right-hand side of the 11th green. It's just beyond pin high, and it's that pitch up that little slope onto this glass-like putting surface. Andrew Magee.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
That's the textbook shot. You know, if he doesn't chip this close and make a 4, make a 5, it's not going to kill you. It looks like these other guys are just trying to give it to him anyway.
Well, not Max Homer.
No, Max Homer, you're correct. I stand corrected. Chopper.
7 under, Max Homer, 2 shots off Scotty Scheffler's lead. Another of the real pressure shots here at Augusta. Sweaty palms on a sweaty day. Homer, lovely smooth swing through the ball, and it's careful. The line is left of the flag, looking for the middle of that green. Andrew Magee is looking away into the distance. Max Homer is staring as well. Then he looks to his right just to have a word with his caddy. And it's gone through the back of the 12th green, in the pine straw at the back of the 12th green. So it's careful, but maybe a little too careful.
Yeah, we've seen that shot quite a bit today. I don't think they can feel the wind above these loblolly pines that are, 80, 100 feet tall. And once I look at my binoculars, I can kind of get above the pines, and I get up into the blue sky, then I kind of lose that white ball. And as it moves right to left, and there is the pine straw right over there. A couple bounces into the straw. This is going to be difficult.
Ludwig Aubert is next to play. It's 159 yards. And I think this hole, more than any other hole in the world, as Ludwig Aubert, again, quick over the ball, sends it on its way. Now, where's this one landing? He's holding the follow-through from Aubert. What do the patrons think of that? There is warm applause from behind him. Again, Andrew Magee peers into the distance. What I was going to say there is I think this hole, more than any other golf hole in the world, is the one that the average club golfer, would love to have a go at the par 3 12. But for the right-hander, it is so clever, because if you miss long left, like Max Homa has, that is a really, really tricky shot from the back of the green, back towards the water, the slope that goes down into the water. The other common miss is short right, and if you go chasing that pin, you'll hit the slope and you're straight back into the water. It is a brilliantly designed golf hole. Scotty Scheffler is just practicing his chipping stroke here. I don't think he's about to hit from the right of the green, because we're waiting for Colin Morikawa to sort the drop out. So I think we can get news from John Murray.
Ali on the 15th now with Tommy Fleetwood, who's 4 under par. So the thought was here on the par 5, maybe he'd need to go for eagle, but his tee shot has gone down the left, and I'm not sure he's got a sight in to the green, so he may well have to lay up. In fact, he's just done that. He's laid up just beyond the walkway.
Okay, thank you, John. Waiting back here at the 11th, Scotty Scheffler taking his time. He looks like he's out for a Sunday afternoon stroll with the chaps at the golf course. 2-shot lead at the Masters, and at the moment, Andrew Magee, he's watching the others make the mistakes around him, although, as Mark said, Max Homa still going strong, but he's missed the 12th green. And again, just like 2 years ago, Cam Smith birdied the 11th, put a bit of pressure on Scheffler, stood on the 12th tee and popped it in the water. They are making the mistakes, the chasing pack, that the others aren't. And I tell you what, that could be trouble for Max Homa, because he has disappeared up the bank. Now, I saw Ben Arn up there about half an hour or so ago, and that is shrubbery beyond the bunker that is at the back of the 12th green. What's...
Yeah, he has flown it in the shrubbery just left and above the back left bunker. The official is back there pointing to where it was going in. Can they even find it? He's pointing. Can they see it? Let me peer through my binoculars, my new binoculars. Ali and I both have got good stuff. They're staring down on their haunches. He's not going to have a shot regardless.
Well, Ben Arn in there, he had 1 foot in the bunker, 1 foot in the shrubbery from where his ball lay. All he could do was chop it down into the bunker. Then the bunker shot from the back of that green is an absolute nightmare, because you're speeding towards Rays Creek. Ian, what have you seen?
Yeah, there's a sort of little bushy area. It's almost like sort of ivy on the ground. It's that sort of kind of thick, dense foliage right on the bank of the bunker at the back of the green. And it took them a while to actually find the ball. He was very unlucky, because 2 yards to the left he'd been in that pine straw and probably would have fallen back down onto the fairway at the back of the green. But as it turns out, it's stuck in that really thick, clingy foliage, and well, it'd be very interesting to see whether he takes a drop from there, or what options he will take, or whether he will take on the risk of trying to play out of such an uncertain lie.
The rules official is still over there with him. His caddy is with him as
He
well.
is taking a unplayable drop. So what you're able to do there is drop it within 2 club lengths. So he's got the driver out to measure that 2 club lengths, but he can't go any closer to the hole than his ball is lying at the moment.
And we have Scotty Scheffler ready to go here on 11.
So Max Homa 7 under par, 2 shots behind Scheffler, but taking that drop will be playing his 3rd on the par 3 12th, and that shot, as Andrew Magee is about to tell you, is not easy from back there. Scotty Scheffler watching the others at the moment fall away. Let's see what he's got from the right of the 11th green. It'll turn from right to left, this chip, and it'll move very quickly, particularly if it heads past the hole, pulls the club head back, bumps it forward, 3 bounces. Now it starts to turn and roll and turn towards the hole, but beyond the hole, and the green down there is looking browner and crispier and shinier as every minute passes. And I would say that's a good 8 feet for Scotty Scheffler to try and save par. Colin Morikawa's chipped on, having found the water with his 2nd, so he's on that green in 4. Could potentially be a double bogey for him. You gotta love the Masters.
But they are all falling back, and you could probably include Max Homa in that as well, who is continuing to work with his caddy and the rules official up there in the pine needles and this sort of ivy that's on the ground just to the left of the green, of the back bunker on the 12th, and they're still having a look, aren't they, Andrew?
Well, he's made a drop and the ball has gone closer to the hole, so he's going to be able to place it to where the ball hit the pine straw, which is a pretty good break, actually. You can kind of jack it up a little bit. Of course, you got an official there, so there's no cheating at the Masters. Don't even attempt it.
Quick news of Fleetwood, and then we've got Morikawa, and then we've got Scheffler, and then we've probably got Homer.
It's coming to the crunch for the Englishman, Tommy Fleetwood, 4 under. He's played his third shot in from the fairway to the par 5 15th. He's on the green, but it's probably all of 30 feet that he'll have for the birdie that at this stage he really needs.
Morikawa for bogey?
For bogey, he's at 5 under, so this is to drop just 1 to go 4 under. It'd be 5 shots behind Scheffler, who's still got an 8-footer to come. Morikawa's just feathered that towards the hole, and it's missed on the left. And I tell you what, it keeps going. It is so fast around that hole, so it's another 3-footer for him to come. We'll keep looking as well away into the distance.
There'll be 2 double bogeys in 3 holes for Colin Morikawa there. Andrew continues to look up onto the 12th.
Are we going to have another double bogey from Max Homa? This is tragic. This is just not cool for these chasers. But we got Scotty Scheffler. Let's see if he can do the Scotty Scheffler and tap this little 8-footer for par and keep it to what is that? Well, let's see what Homa does first before he has a 4-shot lead or a 3-shot lead. Let's see.
Classic Masters drama. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, glorious sunshine at Augusta, but I can tell you I don't think these golfers are enjoying it too much right now. Max Homa taking an age over sizing up what is going to be his 3rd shot at Golden Bell, the par 3 12th. Made his par on the 11th, the tee shot has gone long and he's had to take a drop for an unplayable. Scotty Scheffler, the leader by 2, 9 under par, the Georgia Peach. In his peachy shirt, 8-footer. Taps it down the hill, it's missed. Scheffler has missed. Scheffler shows frailty as well at Amen Corner. Now that one is close by, but he's going to take his time as you would. He just walks gently around the hole he marks and waits for Morikawa to putt. So Colin Morikawa putting for the double bogey. Scheffler will be putting for the bogey. Let's get the old binoculars up to the eyes. Max Homa's still waiting to play, but he is going to be second to play because Ludwig Aubert, after his double bogey at the 11th, 5 under par, is attempting a long birdie putt across the 12th green, putting at the same time as Morikawa. Morikawa in for a double bogey. He's back to 3 over par. Aubert's putt looks pretty well judged for pace, maybe a 6-footer or so to come. So Morikawa 3 under par, I beg your pardon, after the double bogey on the 11th. It's just too many holes, too many names, too many numbers, and at my age it gets a little bit confusing. Scotty Scheffler, leader. Well, was leader by 2. This, for bogey on the 11th, will take him back to 8 under par. We've seen him miss these, but he's not going to miss that one, so in it goes. Now, he's at 8 under. Homer's at 7 under. Playing his 3rd shot now, ball well below his feet on the pine straw at the back of the 12th green, dinks it forward, runs through the fringe onto the putting surface, and it stops dead, and he's still a long way from the hole there, and he's about to play his 4th. So you're right, Andrew, that could be, it is absolutely, Amen Corner is double bogey central at the moment.
Yeah, that pine straw is just so difficult to get good contact with the blade of that club, and he's just fluffed it a bit, and it's come up, and it hasn't released. It hasn't rolled out to this pin 15, 20 feet for bogey.
The applause for Scotty Scheffler as he comes onto the 12th tee is not as loud as it was for Max Homa. They're on the side of Homa, I think, here.
But do you not also think that's almost a polite, sorry you bogeyed the last, we know it's quite tense for you? And maybe they don't want to put them off. No, you're not having that?
No, I think they're firmly, they want to battle here. I think they want Homa to lead the charge.
Homer's for Homa here at Augusta. So, Ludwig Aubert, I can't even remember what he's on now, 5 under par, which is 3 shots off the lead. So despite the double bogey on the 11th, he is still right in this. People straining every sinew to get a view. And what is so wonderful about this golf course as well, as I peer through the binoculars, you can just see the 2 golfers, the 2 caddies, and 1 lone cameraman in that dark green camera tower placed in amongst the bushes, the greens, the pinks and the whites at the back of the 12th green. They are in splendid isolation. Max Homa then about to attempt a long bogey putt on the 12th, currently at 7 under par, which is a shot behind Scotty Scheffler, who's dropped one on the 11th. But of course, this is going to be at least one drop shot. If you can hold this, that would be absolutely massive. On its way. Looks good for pace from here. From sunshine into shadow it goes, rolling down the hill, taking the break from left to right, but it doesn't drop. So he's still got work to do for the double bogey. And Ludwig Aubert, Andrew Magee, if he can pop that in for the par at 5 under par, he's going to be 3 behind Scheffler. Homer drops 2. He goes back to 5 under. He's still right in it.
Oh, okay, so you think the golf's an easy game, right? Yeah, until you play the Masters, until you play these crispy greens on Sunday of the Masters, and then it's a whole new ball game trying to win the green jacket. I got a question. Does Jack have 5 jackets, or does he just get 1 and they just kind of... How many jackets do you get?
Ian, do you get a fresh jacket every time?
No, you get to keep your jacket, and as the champion, you're allowed to take it away. You're the only person who can take it away, and it keeps you company for the year that you're champion, and then you bring it back and you hang it up in the champions locker room, and it's there for you when you get back.
Right, Max Homer going through the aim point, dreaming of a green jacket and a first major title. Scotty Scheffler knows exactly that feeling of slipping on the famous
it's on 15
jacket
anyway, isn't it? So.
On the 18th green. Beg your pardon, Ian? Oh no, I don't think he was talking to me. No. Max Homer then. Short putt on the 12th. The 12th, which looks like it's going to cost him a double bogey. And it happens in an instant at Amen Corner. Firmly wraps that in to the back of the hole. So just one group still to play. The par 3 12th here at Augusta. We have got Scotty Scheffler on 8 under. Max Homer has dropped back to 5 under par. Ludwig Aubert is also 5 under par. Tommy Fleetwood, I believe, is at 4 under par, and that's how we stand.
Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood has parred 15. Scotty Scheffler stands over his ball. They'll just need to do a little bit of tidying up on the green ahead. Let's just get details of Tommy Fleetwood's par. John?
He went for it from 30 feet, but could only roll it to within 18 inches, pop that in. So Tommy Fleetwood not able to take advantage of the par 5, remains 4 under, just about to tee off on 16.
He's 4 off the lead. He's only 1 off second now because Ludwig Aubert double bogeyed 11 and Max Homer has double bogeyed 12. And the thing with Max Homer, Andrew Magee, the line was perfect, wasn't it? You don't, as you've said all day, you don't go for the pin. He was going for the middle of the green. His line was perfect.
It was just too hard. 159 yards. Can you imagine? This is the shortest hole on the whole golf course. And maybe the most over-par played hole. Ian, if you do a little research, there's so many doubles we've seen in front of us, an 11 on this winless day, and it's still difficult.
So here's the leader. Scotty Scheffler's golf ball is in the air, and it is sailing over the waters of Rays Creek, and it is finding the putting surface safely on middle of the green. Jack Nicklaus says every time, aim for the middle of that green. If you push it a little, pull it a little, depending on where the pin is, you might get lucky, and Scotty Scheffler has done exactly what he needed to do. Drop one on the 11th, but because of the carnage and the chaos going on around him at Amen Corner, he still has a 3-shot lead at the Masters. So Colin Morikawa, after his double bogey, is 5 shots off the lead at 3 under par, and some of the spectators here aren't even...
Oh, they're off. They're
not even bothered about Colin Morikawa because they're so desperate to get themselves up Azalea, the par 5 13th. Honestly, if you're listening to us this evening, do not go anywhere. I know Scotty Scheffler's got himself a 3-shot lead, but if you know your Masters, that can disappear in the blink of an eye. So here we go then. Xander Schauffele. Not Xander Schauffele, what on earth?
Colin Morikawa. Are you all right?
It's got too late for me. Colin Morikawa, that's who it is. 2-time major champion. What a lovely golf swing that looked like, and a big tuft of divot is thrown forward. We look away into the distance to see the ball land, peering through the binoculars. What do you think, Andrew Magee? Sounds good.
Left of the hole, about 15-20 footer for birdie.
Okay, so Colin Morikawa, good response after the double bogey, but Scotty Scheffler safely on the green as well. 3-shot lead. They're heading up. They will cross the Hogan Bridge and make their way onto that 12th green.
Yeah, it's a 3-shot lead then for Scotty Scheffler, but as Ali says, if you know your Masters, it can disappear in an instant, although he's in good shape on the 12th green. Ian, did you Did you have a look at 11 and 12 as Andrew requested?
Yeah, 3 double bogeys on 11, 4 on 12, and 1 worse. I'm not quite sure which one that was. So through those 2 holes...
that was Nikolai Højgaard, who I think went from 1 under to 3 over.
Correct,
on 12.
yeah, he had a 7 there, didn't he? Because he went into the water twice. So that's 8 double bogeys or worse through that stretch of an 11 or 12 today.
John Murray watching Tommy Fleetwood, who, as I say, he's 4 off the lead, but he's 1 off second.
Yes, and in the past he has had a hole-in-one on the 16th at the Masters before, but not today. His tee shot landed right up in the top corner, the far top corner. So it didn't roll back down the slope, so he's got a long curling putt from there down the slope if he wants to make any headway here on the 16th. And in the group behind, Cam Smith went into the water trying to go for the 15th green in 2, so 2 under par, but might well drop a shot here.
So a few of them, not Fleetwood, but a few of them very much falling back at the moment. Bryson DeChambeau, though, has stayed consistent at 3 under. He's going down at 14 at the moment, so he's on the same number as Colin Morikawa, who is up ahead on the 12th green with a birdie opportunity. The binoculars are out. Ali?
Yeah, so we had the Aubert double at 11th, we had the Morikawa double at 11th, and we had the Homer double at 12th. And we've seen this time and time again. The year that Tiger Woods won in 2019, when Francesco Molinari, playing alongside him, went in the water at the 12th. Brooks Koepka did exactly the same. The one I've mentioned as well, Cam Smith, finding the water a couple of years ago when Scottie Scheffler won. So we've seen it happen plenty of times before. The question is, Scottie Scheffler, as he continues to play this golf course, can he avoid any of those pitfalls and mishaps? He is down on his haunches away to the right-hand side of this wide, shallow Golden Bell green. The white sand of the U-shaped bunker at the front frames Scheffler, and he never changes pace as well. He's loping around the 12th green at the moment. 60 feet or so, I think, Andrew Magee, across that green. In terms of reading that green, what's that putt like?
Well, they all knew the pin was going to be there on Sunday, and they practiced this putt. Everybody in the practice rounds Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning, they've all hit this putt, so they all have a clue. But now the greens are faster, and it's the Sunday at Augusta, so it makes it more difficult.
Right, Scottie Scheffler is waiting to go here on the 12th, our leader by 3 shots. Scheffler just backs off. Now he places the ball on the putting surface. Does John Murray have news of Tommy Fleetwood quickly?
Tommy Fleetwood's long curly putt down the slope at the 16th rolled down and down and down and hit the flag and stayed out. So he'll tap that in, but he needed it to go in. It's reached that stage, remains 4 under.
I think you got some drama coming your way, John, and I'm very much looking forward to it. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, final day of the Masters. Our leader, Scottie Scheffler, in the sunshine on the 12th green. Needs to be good for pace. Again, putting from sunshine into shadows. The ball turns from left to right, doesn't drop below ground. So Scottie Scheffler has putted up, and we think he's a couple of feet away to the left-hand side of the hole. So his playing partner, Colin Morikawa, is to go next. Hit an absolutely corking tee shot in here, and actually just taking the binoculars away from the eyes. The sunshine is really...
It's got very hazy, hasn't it?
Hazy.
To all the spectators. It's the dust. Well, the spectators that have just left our grandstand.
Is that what it is?
It's the dust and this pine straw. They're just kicking it up, and it's coming all over us. This is ridiculous.
That's 7 years' experience of playing the Masters.
I thought they'd be able to control the dust here. We're watching Colin Morikawa getting ready to putt. News of tee shots on 13, Ian.
Ludwig Aubert with a big one into the fairway on 13. He can get up in 2. I don't think Max Homer, he might not be able to. Look like he went with the 3-wood, but he is in the fairway.
Morikawa then, having made the double on 11, if he can hold this birdie putt after a brilliant tee shot, he'll be within 4 of the lead. On its way from Morikawa, staring intently and then bending at the hips quickly, bending his head towards the floor in disappointment as the putt misses away to the right-hand side, 18 inches or so. So Morikawa, he will mark that. He will take his time. And again, it's those moments when you come to Augusta and you take your last long, lovely look at the par 3 12th across the rippling waters of Rays Creek towards Colin Morikawa, who stands there with his back to us, and he's going to tap this in for a par to remain at 3 under par. Currently 5 shots off Scottie Scheffler's lead. Scheffler then steps on to centre stage. Tommy Fleetwood, I'm hearing, made the par at the 16th, so remains 4 under par. That is 4 shots off Scheffler's lead, and Scotty Scheffler still, of course, has to knock this one in, and then it's up and away up the big slope at the back of the 12th green to the par 5 13th, with Rays Creek again winding its way menacingly down the left-hand side of the classic par 5. Plenty of drama still to come. Scheffler from short range taps it in, makes his par, does Scotty Scheffler. So a bogey on the 11th and a par for him on the 12th. Up he goes to the 13th tee, and he carries with him a 3-shot lead at the Masters.
Job done, wouldn't you say, Andrew Magee? Round amen there.
We saw a classic Sunday amen right here. No one's saying amen. They're all going, oh, I don't want to do that again.
But from Scotty Scheffler, the sort of least worst of them all, and going back to the point, if you play that as a par 5, and he's got a 5 there, he's got a 3 there, and he's, compared to what some of the chasing pack have done, he's more than comfortable.
Yeah, we've learned a lot of lessons today. Ludwig Ober learned a lesson to not try to go with that spin. Colin Morikawa, the same thing. These young guys are learning how to play Augusta, which you have to play time and time again with these different pin placements, with these crispy greens. You can't take chances when you don't really have a good opportunity here, and they've paid the ultimate price.
And Max Homa,
number 12, is going to be, if he doesn't just rattle off a bunch of birdies right here, is going to be his downfall.
So Amen Corner is done and dusted. We've got the tee shots for the final pair, but it is done and dusted for the 88th Masters. Time for the three of us to move off in different directions to other places on the course. Ian, are you going to...
Ludwig Ober's second shot into the par 5 13th is an absolute cracker. He has put it to 15, 16 feet. Chance of eagle there for the Swede to come bouncing back into the 88th Masters. As for Max Homa, he's taken the conservative approach, laid up with the tee shot, laid up with the second shot, and will be pitching in with his third shot. But the big news is Ober has got to look at eagle,
which he needs, doesn't? Well, he doesn't need, does he, Ian? But it would just put the pressure back on a little bit.
It would, because it would take him to 7 under par. Scheffler is at 8 under par, and still an awful lot can happen. But I agree with you, Mark. That was mission accomplished, especially on the 12th, as far as Scheffler was concerned. Played it in textbook manner, not going for the flag, going for the heart of the green. And here he is going with his tee shot on the 13th, now the leader at 8 under par. And that one's just leaked out to the right, gone into the second cut, not made it all the way to the pine straw, but he's up there on that high part to the right of the fairway as he approaches the green, and that ball will be substantially above his feet when he lines up his second shot.
I just think, Ian, look, we all want drama, and we would love a four-way fight for this green jacket. And look, we might still get a three-way fight for this green jacket, depending on what Homa and Herbert do and how they respond to their setbacks round Amen Corner. But for all that you want drama, sometimes you just got to take that step back and go, all right, so Scotty Scheffler bogeyed 7 to come back to the field, and then he went back to back birdies, birdied 8, birdied 9, birdied 10, got round Amen Corner with one drop shot when others around him were double bogeying here, there and everywhere. And you have to take your hat off to him.
You have. You really do have to. And that's what you want to see. At the elite events, you want to see the best in the world showing us why they're the best in the world. And that's exactly what he has done so far. Now, here's Max Homa, and he's playing his wedge into the 13th. And you can hear from the crowd they're willing him to do something special, because he is a really popular figure. But that is a little prosaic. He's found the heart of the putting surface, but he's left it 25 feet, and that's going to be a tricky one down the slope towards the hole for Max Homa. So he needs to make his birdie. We can't say the leaderboard often enough, and Scheffler, as he comes down the 13th at 8 under par, is 3 shots clear at the moment of Max Homa at 5 under par and Ludwig Ober at 5 under par. But Ober with a brilliant approach into the 13th, a chance of an eagle for the Swede there that would get him to 7 under. Tommy Fleetwood Fleetwood is more than likely to set the clubhouse target. He's at 4 under par as he plays the 17th. Bryson DeChambeau is at 3 under par. He's playing the 14th. Colin Morikawa, obviously in that final group, is at 3 under par as he plays the 13th.
Has Tommy Fleetwood come into sight for you yet on 17, Kat?
I can see his trousers, Mark, through the pine trees way to the left-hand side of the fairway. Then this enormous crowd of spectators all sitting in those pools of shadows cast by the trees, trying to get a little bit of respite from the sun, which feels like it's getting even warmer as it sinks lower in the sky. And I can now see Tommy Fleetwood with his white T-shirt and his dark trousers, dark cap pulled low over that long hair. He's just rehearsing his swing, just swinging his arms casually to rehearse the kind of shot that he's going to throw into the 17th green. He's down the right-hand side, just on the kind of first cut of what you can describe as rough, though it's really very tame around here, isn't it? The rough at Augusta National. And Cam Young, his playing partner, right in the centre of the fairway. But Tommy Fleetwood, I don't think he's going to be hampered by the trees here. There is an overhanging branch which might cause him a bit of trouble, but he could do with picking up a couple of shots here if he's going to post something really competitive and hold the clubhouse lead, looking further down the course to the leaders Scheffler, Homer, Morikawa, Ober coming later.
Kat has made it very clear over the course of the last few days that she very much enjoys being by herself and just enjoying the peace and quiet wherever she is out on the Augusta National. So I'm going to
spoil it.
I'm going to spoil that for you and come and sit myself next to you. So I'll be on my way from Amen Corner.
Peace will be shattered.
Absolutely, and I will leave it in the hands of Iain and John and yourself, Kat, and I'll head to 17, and Ali and Andrew will say goodbye to Amen Corner for another year. Iain.
Max Homer putting up just short of the hole. It was an unlikely attempt at a birdie, and he has to settle for a par, and that's paying the penalty for a little bit of conservatism. He just doesn't like that tee shot with the driver. Went with the 3-wood, couldn't go for the green in 2, and so he will remain at 5 under and 3 shots behind. Scheffler behind, in good shape off the tee. Here's DeChambeau with his birdie attempt at the 14th. Bryson DeChambeau, and coming up just short there as we turn our attention to Tommy Fleetwood with Cat, but we do have Ludwig Ober for Eagle on 13, so we'll be with you, Cat, very, very shortly. But in the shadows of that 13th green, it's Ludwig Ober. This is a huge moment. Sends this forward. This looks good, but it doesn't quite turn from left to right enough. Coase is up next to the hole. He'll tap in for his birdie. That will take him to 6 under, second place outright, 2 behind. Cat.
Could Ludwig Ober be mounting a bit of a comeback here over the last few holes on Sunday at Augusta National? Keep you updated with that over the next few hours as we call the closing stages of the 88th Masters Tournament. Cam Young pinging one into the centre of the green to join the ball of Tommy Fleetwood, which has landed right in the heart of the sprawling green here on the 17th, and he'll have a dangerous tilting putt back down the slope of about 30 feet or so for a birdie that would take him to 5 under par and 3 off the lead of Scotty Scheffler, who's weathered the storm around a dangerous Amen Corner on this final day, and he sits at 8 under par. 3 shots ahead of Max Homer and 2 shots ahead of Ludwig Ober, who's just picked up that birdie on the 13th, Iain.
And the 13th hole is the focus now. It's where the final pair are. A fading fast Colin Morikawa, whose chances have just sunk over the last few holes. Back at 3 under par. He's taken a pretty tight line off the tee down the left-hand side. Rays Creek running in its higgledy-piggledy manner down that left side, and then sweeping across in front of the green. Those 3 pristine white bunkers immediately behind the green, which is dappled in shadows. One of the most picturesque portions of the Augusta National, and the ball above his feet here just to make it that much more difficult as he goes with the long iron. And he watches and he waits and he sees the ball land on the putting surface on the left side and then scoot disobediently into the swale just to the left of the green, just before where the second of those bunkers sits. Now, Scotty Scheffler Again, ball very much above his feet, 232 yards out after a drive of over 320 yards. Fires this one. Did he get a little bit of turf before ball there? Well, he's not. The outcome is excellent. It's found the left portion of the green. He's a long way from the flag, but he is safe as houses on the putting surface. And so Scotty Scheffler, who is 8 under par for the par 5s this week, and he's 8 under par overall, and he's sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard. Ludwig Aubert picked up a birdie on the 13th. Now he's looking to do something similar here on the 14th, and it looks like he's given himself the perfect platform to do so, because that is a monstrous drive. It is swinging away now to the right-hand side, but from there he's got an angle to attack the portion just to the left of the flag, which can create a funnel down to the hole. So as Scheffler makes his way to the 13th green, we make our way to the 17th and Katherine Downs.
And Tommy Fleetwood deep in conversation with his temporary caddy for this week, Gray, the man who lives locally and has walked around these fairways countless times with those lucky enough to play on a daily basis. But with Iain Finnis away poorly, and we're wishing him a speedy recovery, Tommy Fleetwood called on the man with whom he played his first 2 practice rounds when he first arrived here at Augusta National in 2017. And it's been pretty good for the two of them over the last couple of days. Birdie putt for Fleetwood, looking a good effort from the Englishman, just drifting by on the right-hand side by a couple of feet. That was beautifully read from Tommy Fleetwood, but oh my goodness me, how valuable would a birdie have been there. He currently sits at 4 under par, 4 off the lead of Scotty Scheffler with 1 hole left to play. He walks to stand next to Gray, who just taps him gently on the shoulder, the elderly man with the white hair and the green hat and the white boiler suit. And Tommy Fleetwood props himself up on the handle of his putter, his legs crossed at the ankles, just looks down the fairway and wonders, well, what could I have done slightly differently there? Just a tiny little twitch of the putter head. And Cam Young putting for his birdie, the man who has had a couple of runner-up finishes at major championships, currently at level par. And his birdie chance goes running by as well. Not to be the week for Cam Young. He'll stay at level par. Fleetwood then, Iain, with 1 hole left to post a good score for the rest to beat.
Max Homa with his tee shot on the 14th, low trajectory, and it goes flying down the fairway and comes to rest. Very nicely placed. So both Homa and his playing partner Ludwig Aubert are in good shape off the 14th tee as we turn our attention back to the 13th. And Trish Johnson, I know you're looking at the final of the par 5s, the 15th at the moment, but that statistic, 8 under par for the week on the par 5s for Scotty Scheffler. That is a very telling stat, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, without a shadow of a doubt. It just goes to show, I mean, we know these par 5s are, you've got to make your score on them without a shadow of a doubt, and 13 and 15 especially, because they're probably the two that are, you know, 2-shotters in general if the wind's not really blowing. 8 can be, but it's such a difficult green. And Scheffler's just plodded his way around. He's a superstar, there's no two ways about it. Every time he's made a mistake, he just comes back even stronger, and he kind of gives you a little sniff, but if you don't take it, he's off and out of there.
There's a lovely little byplay between Colin Morikawa and Scotty Scheffler there, because they were trying to decide who was furthest away. The player who's furthest away traditionally plays next, and they thought they basically couldn't make up their mind who it was. So Morikawa pulled out a tee, flicked it in the air, and basically the game was whichever one the tee points at when it lands will go next. And it was Morikawa. He just pointed to himself, and we just saw a replay of it, and the tee actually pointed directly at him, so the tee knew. And he's going to be putting from the swale just to the left of the green. And we've seen players, I remember Tiger Woods doing this years ago, from this sort of position, putting all the way across the green, and if you just overcook it, then all of a sudden Rays Creek comes into play. And I remember Woods putting into the creek, which is not something that you would want to do. And well, Morikawa might be a little scrambled here given what's happened to him in recent holes. Here he is now, surveying the scene, and I know I always talk about the shadows, so this putt is all about going through the shadows to the hole, which is in just the last portion of sunlight on this green, and he sends it on its way up the slope and then onto the putting surface to the top of the hill, where it then gathers pace and heads down towards the hole and that bright vivid yellow flag, and it comes to rest, beautifully judged, 4 feet away from the cup. Meanwhile, up ahead at the 14th is Max Homer with a pitching wedge from 154 yards out, and he has missed to the right there, got a hard bounce, and it's just run off the back of the green, and that will be a delicate putt down into the little swale where the hole sits traditionally on a Masters Sunday. Next up, Scheffler, 8 under par, looking for an eagle. If this was to drop, and he eagled this hole yesterday, it's highly unlikely, I must say, but if it were to drop, well, then that would be pretty much game, set and match, you feel, because it would take him to 10 under par. He got to 9 under with his birdie at the 10th, dropped a shot at the 11th, made a consummate par at the 12th. And here he is putting for eagle, putting away from the hole to the top of the slope, and then the ball swings down towards the hole at a rate of knots. Now the brakes come on, but not quite enough to make it a gimme, and that putt is going to be 4.5, 5 feet for birdie for Scheffler, but it would take him to 9 under, and it would take him 3 shots clear. And I know you can't see, Trish, exactly what he did there, but let me tell you, it was very, very comfortable. I'm just going to stick with the action now, because here's Aubert from 111 yards out. He could get this close. He goes down into that swale, then gathers the slopes, then the ball turns round, comes down to the level of the hole, and that's wonderful from the Swede. And the Swede isn't giving up yet. He went into the water on 11. He has responded subsequently. He puts a massive wadge of sandwich into his mouth, and he knows he's got a real look at birdie there, and that would take him to 7 under par. Let's pop back to 13 now. The birdie chance for Morikawa, as he just settles his shoulders and then uses that claw grip with the right hand and puts in the sunshine up towards the hole and into the hole. So well done, Colin Morikawa. That steadies the ship, and that brings him level with Tommy Fleetwood at 4 under par. Fleetwood making his way up to the 18th as we speak, the Englishman now in a share of 4th place with Colin Morikawa. And next up, a really big moment here. What do you think? You know what it takes to win big tournaments, Trish. What's going through his mind, you know, with the not quite the end in sight, but heading into the final third of this final round? I think just more of the same, really. You know, he's cruising. Did you say he's hit his second on to 13? Yeah, and he's putted up to, I'm going to say, 5 feet here for birdie. Yeah. And he's just addressing the ball now and settling himself. And this is a great chance to put maybe an arm into the sleeve of the green jacket, and in it goes. Metaphorically as far as the jacket is concerned, but certainly as far as the 13th is concerned. Big drive, superb second, excellent first putt, and a very assured 4th shot, the second putt into the hole, and that means he does make the birdie that takes him 3 shots clear at 9 under par. Homer chipping on 14, needs some magic. Oh, very nearly gets it as well, puts it to 4 inches and will tap in for his par 4, but it's too little, too late. We're just catching sight of Tommy Fleetwood and his tee shot on the 18th. This happened a short while ago. Of course, he bogeyed this on the first round and the third round. And Kat, I think that finished in the fairway just down the right side.
Yep, not a bad final tee shot from Tommy Fleetwood. He managed to tidy up for his par here on the 17th a short while ago. His best finish at the Masters, a tie for 14th 4 years ago. And at 4 under par, walking up the last, he's sure to better that this year, Iain.
Thanks, Kat. Here we have Ludwig Aubert after that wonderful approach shot, and he's got 4.5 feet for his birdie. Sends it forward and into the hole, and Aubert isn't beaten yet. That moves him to 7 under par, 2 shots behind. Second place outright behind this man, Scotty Scheffler. who has parred the 14th in all 3 of his visits so far this week. Launches into that one, the feet go backwards at impact. It looks ungainly, but it is just so effective. And yet again, he finds the fairway. Imperious driving from the leader, and Scheffler in prime position on 14 at 9 under par. He leads here by 2 shots from Ludwig Aubert, courtesy of the Swedes birdie at the 14th, by 4 from Max Homer, who heads to the 15th, and by 5 from Tommy Fleetwood, who's coming up the 18th mark.
It's a 2-horse race, isn't it, Ian?
It is. It's Scheffler or it's Aubert. I can't see any other outcome than that, and the odds very much favouring, obviously, the man who's been the favourite throughout, Scotty Scheffler.
They do, but also, you know, we talked, didn't we, about Scotty Scheffler and his response to coming back to the field. For Ludwig Aubert, who hadn't dropped a shot today, to then double bogey 11, but then come back with a birdie on 13 and a birdie on 14, shows his mettle as well.
He's a very special talent, isn't he? Regardless of whether or not he's able to do something extraordinary here. Remember, we haven't had a first-time winner of the Masters since 1979, Fuzzy Zeller. Indeed, only 3. The original winner, Horton Smith, Gene Sarazen, the year afterwards. And to put it into further context, this is his major debut. He's doing it as a world top 10 player and a Ryder Cup winner, and he would join, since 1900, only Francis Ouimet in 1913 at the US Open, which he won as an amateur, which was one of the great stories in the history of golf. Keegan Bradley in 2011, the most recent major debutant to win. That was at the PGA Championship at Congressional. And of course, Ben Curtis in 2003 at the Open Championship at Royal St George's. They're the only players ever to win a major in their first major appearance. But for him to do this at the Masters would just be incredible, and to finish second would be an extraordinary achievement in its own right.
It's a 2-man battle. The world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, 9 under. Ludwig Aubert, the Ryder Cup playing Swede, is 7 under. We will be back for this dramatic conclusion after the latest BBC News here on 5 Live with James Wickham.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. World leaders have called for restraint on all sides as Israel considers how to react to an unprecedented attack by Iran. Hundreds of missiles and drones were launched at Israel last night in response to its deadly strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria. Tehran says its operation is complete and has warned against any retaliation. An emergency session of the UN Security Council has been taking place. The UK ambassador to the UN is Barbara Woodward.
The United Kingdom condemns unequivocally Iran's reckless attack against Israel, which risked thousands of civilian casualties. The scale and nature of Iran's heinous assault, the first direct attack from Iran on Israeli soil, poses grave risks to the security and stability of citizens across the Middle East.
Well, the UK ambassador to the UN, Barbara Woodward there. Earlier, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres said it was time to step back from the brink. And the White House says it has warned Israel that it will not participate in any retaliatory strikes on Iran. President Biden has reaffirmed his support for Israel, but officials said he urged it to consider its response carefully. Survivors of the Manchester Arena bombing are taking legal action against the intelligence service MI5. 22 people died in the blast in 2017. A subsequent inquiry concluded the attack might have been prevented if intelligence had been properly shared. And the war in Ukraine could lead to another big rise in energy prices, according to the man who used to run the country's state oil company. Andriy Kobolyev told The Guardian that Russian attacks on gas and electricity plants were far worse than in the previous winter.
The Masters, live from Augusta National with Mark Chapman on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
as I was walking over in the sunshine from Amen Corner to 17, you have to stand by the 15th tee. I couldn't see who was on the 15th tee because there were so many patrons in front of me. It was Xander Schauffele and Bryson DeChambeau. Xander Schauffele went first, and it was a perfectly normal sound as his driver hit the ball. When Bryson DeChambeau hit that ball, it sounded like a firecracker had gone off. You could definitely tell the difference between the two players. And on that 15th fairway now, in this gorgeous evening sunshine in the southern state of Georgia, we can see Max Homa and Ludwig Aubert walking towards their balls. Homa going straight down the fairway. Aubert, though, Ian Carter, who watched the tee shots, going off to the left.
Yes, he has. So he will be blocked out. He's in similar territory to Bryson DeChambeau, who inadvisedly went for the green in 2 yesterday. So it'll be very interesting to see what Aubert decides to do. He's got Joe Scovron as the caddy, a very experienced figure. I would imagine he'll be laying up from that position. I think he's completely blocked out. Meanwhile, on the 14th, Scotty Scheffler is playing his second shot in here from the perfect position in the fairway. And that looks a very good line as well. We know how dialed in he can be on these shots, and that one is potentially going to get very close because it takes the slope and then it accelerates down the slope and it heads towards the hole, and it is utterly magnificent from Scotty Scheffler, and he might just have won the Masters there and then, because that is a kick-in birdie for the world number one. It will take him to double digits for the first time here at Augusta, and he will be moving from 9 under to 10 under with another shot of absolute brilliance.
Difficult not to think that it's game over, isn't it, Trish?
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I think that shot has just sealed it left, right and centre. And then it was an outside chance. Aberg had a chance if he hit a decent drive down 15. But Scotty Scheffler's just in a different world at the moment, isn't he? Even when he struggles just a tiny bit, he just keeps coming back and back and back. And he's always got that bit of genius in him. It's a real joy to watch.
So we're trying to see Ludwig Aubert from the 17th, over the gantry position over the 17th green. He's in those trees over to the left. Is he on your screen at the moment, Ian?
No, he's not.
Who's on your screen at the moment?
On my screen at the moment is a montage of the great shots that we've seen, and we've seen so many today. But I think it's been triggered really by Scotty Scheffler and just the quality of, we think about that shot there, which may well have sealed the deal. But you think back to the approach shot to the 9th when he very nearly holed it, spinning it back down the slope to the hole side, and 12 inches out, it looked like it was dropping right into the middle of the cup. And just having that quality in the locker, it just separates him from the rest. And golf is such a curious game, and that statistic that we've not had a favourite win the Masters since 2005 and Tiger Woods. That shows you how capricious it is, how things can change so easily in the course of the 4 days when the weather gets involved. And
I mean, that's an astonishing stat, isn't it?
It is an astonishing
maybe it
stat.
says more about the bookies than the golfers. Jordan Spieth never came in to a Masters as
in 2015 he wasn't the favourite, but he has come into Masters potentially as a favourite. Maybe he did in 2016. But what I'm saying is, in the week of the tournament, on the Wednesday night, when you look at the odds, the favourite hasn't gone on to win, and since Tiger Woods in 2005, and that's that just speaks to the nature of the game. In tennis you can have these periods of utter dominance where titles are reeled off because the players only have to beat 7 players to win a Grand Slam. I'm not belittling the achievement there. I'm not. I'm just saying that it's a different.
It is.
It's a different format whereby Scotty Scheffler has to beat 87 players here this week, or 88 players, whatever it is, 155 players to win an Open. That's what you have to do to win these majors. So for someone who is right at the very top of the game, has that amount of separation between him and the rest, and then to deliver it on the biggest stage, that's the context that we have to appreciate when we're looking at what this guy is doing right now.
So we are waiting for Scotty Scheffler's putt on 14, which is a kick-in birdie, to quote Iain. So that would take him to 10 under, and that would go on the big white leaderboard away to my right. So what can Aubert do, John Murray?
Yes, what can Ludwig Aubert do? Well, I can tell you what he can do from the position that Iain described, with all of those, well, a variety of trees actually in between where his ball is and the green. There's a sort of shoulder of pine straw that juts out into the 15th fairway, and all he's been able to do is lay up. So he is 90 yards short of the green in 2.
Yeah, very disappointing, obviously. I think for him to have any chance to win this tournament, he had to hit the middle of this fairway and give himself a shot at eagle, the way that Scheffler is playing, but no chance from where he was. In fact, he's done really well to get where he is, to be fair, because it looked like he was so far left. He had a lot of carnage to go through. He's left himself a fairly decent chance at, if he can knock it inside 10 feet, he can make birdie here, and if he can birdie in, he's got a chance.
It's got to be birdie, and then hope that somehow Scotty Scheffler suddenly has a brain fade.
Can't see that happening. Can you, Trish?
Absolutely, in one word, no.
Tommy Fleetwood has set the clubhouse lead. He is on 4 under. He has completed 18. Iain.
And Scotty Scheffler, well, he could have kicked it in. I'd have made that putt. You'd have made that putt. It was so short.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
And he's knocked it in. And so he has moved to 10 under par. And he is 3 shots clear now with 4 holes to play at the Masters. The world number 1, 10 under par. Aubert at 7 under par has to conjure a birdie in front of you, Mark.
By the way, don't think, Trish, I couldn't hear that little giggle when Iain suggested that I would have made that putt.
I
hear everything.
I was so close. So close.
John?
Yes, it's a little bit like Gareth Southgate when he's asked about various misdemeanours by the England team. He says, we see and hear everything. Right, well, we can see Ludwig Aubert. And what a Masters debut, what a major debut it's been by this 24-year-old. And he needs a birdie here, and he's 90 yards short of the green. Max Homer is over the green in 2, incidentally, but Homer now, his hopes have faded. He's 5 under. But Aubert, white cap on his head, ball against the blue sky. Trish says sit. She wants it to bounce and stop. It hops forward but clings on to the first cut at the back of the green. But he was right on line, so he has a little shot from just off the back of the green of 15, 16 feet. And there you hear the cheer, because the number 10, the red number 10 for Scotty Scheffler, went up on the big scoreboard here at the 15th for the first time.
And here he is on the 15th tee, 550-yard par 5, hitting towards you, John, and he's got the driver in hand, and he launches it so securely. It's as metronomic as the most reliable grandfather clock, but it's much more violent than that, and it runs down the fairway and is in prime position for him to be able to find the green in 2.
We can see it, Iain. It actually came into our sight. It's actually rolled through the shadows and just has now been obscured by a pine tree. But you can't compete with that.
No, you can't. But I tell you what, when that so on the big screen over here, the scoreboard, Scheffler's gone up at 10, and we thought there was a sort of cheer as such. But I actually think that they were a bit disappointed, because Ludwig has just walked past this huge grandstand on the left-hand side, and to a person there was a standing ovation. And I think they want to see more golf. They want it to go right to the wire. And do you know what? If he holds this, there's a chance.
They want a contest, they want some excitement, they want some drama. So Aubert is just walking towards his ball, Iain.
And I can tell you, John, you'll see a little bit of shenanigans with Colin Morikawa, because he had a wild slice off the tee, and his ball has run into the trees to the right of the 15th fairway, and it looked like it came to rest pretty much adjacent to one of those pines. So no way I can see Morikawa going for the green in 2. Aubert is surveying and casing the joint, and so too Max Homer in the group in front of you.
Yes, they are. So Homer through the back of the green. It's out towards the back right of the green, so it's awkward, Trish, isn't it? He's got because the back of the green sort of curls in ahead of him, so between where his ball is and where the hole is, there's about a quarter of that first cut, and he is going to chip it.
Yeah, I think it's really tricky because he can't pitch this on the green, otherwise it's gone, so he's got to pitch it into the bank, but the bank is at an angle, and it could just hit the bank and go sideways, but I think he's played an absolute gem.
He has, but it's not going to stop, and it rolls on, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. And now it's 20 feet, and now it's 25 feet. And so much for the possible eagle.
Well, so much for hitting a gem. It's extraordinary, it really is. It's so quick down there. It looked like he'd played a good shot, but long putt for his birdie now.
Yep. So I think Tommy Fleetwood, Iain, is heading up 18, is he?
Yeah, he's actually just tapping in, John. A birdie attempt, a vain birdie attempt. The ball just running out of steam at the very last. He taps it in. But he's had a very, very good final day here, Tommy Fleetwood. A 69, 4 under par, and he currently holds the clubhouse lead, the Englishman. This, by a distance, will be his best return at the Masters. He currently sits in a tie for 4th place with Colin Morikawa.
So back here in this warm sunshine that we're very much enjoying, still calm conditions, barely a ripple on the water in front of the 15th green. The Swede Ludvig Aubert is putting. He's going to put it from just off the back of the 15th, and he needs this to drop for birdie, just ever so gentle, down, and not in. It looked like it went straight over the top of the hole.
I can't believe that. Absolutely, what a superb effort that was. I mean, he hardly touched it, and he's literally watching it all the way, and I swear to God he thought that was in. You can tell from his reaction, no question about it. What a great effort that was.
So it looks as though it's going to be a par 5 for Aubert to stay at 7 under. Max Homer is putting here. Or at least he's going to have a go at this from this 25-footer after the ball just kept going. It's amazing, isn't it, how it happens here? I mean, you've played all over the world, all manner of courses, and even you were staring aghast.
I really did think he played it really nicely. It was hardly travelling when it got onto the green, but as soon as it hits this green, it's like glass. It's really quite hard to explain to people how quick these greens are this year. I've never seen them like this, and it's made the players look a little bit foolish every now and again this week. Homer, straight back up the hill, a little left to right. He can be aggressive with it for birdie.
Yet even in these conditions, one man has got to double figures under par. But Max Homer, one of the chasing pack now for the birdie back up that slope to the hole side, never threatened the hole, misses on the right, and he walks after it. Rather pigeon-toed, actually. Homer might have been able to win his first major today. That would have been his dream last night when he got up this morning, thinking what might have been a great step in his golfing career. But it's just going to be another high finish in a major for him after he contended at the Open Championship at the end of the last major season. And then Ludvig Aubert just walks up and rolls it in for his par 4 to remain at 7 under. So that is 3 shots behind the leader, who we can see away on the top of the hill in the middle of the fairway. The cheers here from the stand behind us. They're on their feet now, all of them down there. The cheers for first Max Homer, as we've heard, just such a popular figure now because of his presence on social media. People know him. People know what sort of personality, what sort of character he is. And now as well, the cheers for Ludvig Aubert, who was bidding today to become the first man to win the Masters as his first major championship. But it looks as though he's going to fall just short, Iain.
Scotty Scheffler, as you look to your right, John, you'll be able to see him in that beautiful Georgia peach shirt and blue trousers and white cap and white shoes. He's 225 yards out after a drive of just over 310 yards. He's hitting from the middle of the fairway into this par 5. and you'll hear the sound. There it is. It's heading towards you, and it's heading to the right here, John.
Yeah, I can see it through the air, and it has landed in the bunker to the right of the 15th green. So cleared the water comfortably, but just plopped into the bunker.
John, what you won't be able to see is that it has landed in its pitch mark. So it's sitting down. That is not a good lie for his third shot.
And the only saving grace is, of course, he's got quite a lot of green to work with.
Just looking at Ludwig Aubert, who's behind us. Incidentally, Colin Morikawa, I think that was his voice you could hear there, has laid up on the 15th. So it's an 8-iron for Ludwig Aubert on the famous 16th, over the water. All of the colourfully adorned spectators staring after the ball, which has landed in the sand. So there we are. He's going to have to escape from there. It was reaching the point where he almost needed that to go in.
Yeah, this is the thing with Scheffler. He just puts the pressure on you so much, makes you have to be aggressive on these holes, and Augusta doesn't really respond very well to people being aggressive. It bares its teeth and it just says, not me.
So Aubert stands to one side, and Max Homa in this two-tone blue, a kind of electric blue shirt, navy blue trousers, just keeping an eye on Colin Morikawa on the 15th fairway behind us, but Max Homa preparing to play on the 16th, the famous Redbud 176-yard hole today. Through the air it goes. He stares after it as it drops into the middle of the 16th green. So he will have a chance to take a step forward, Max Homa, but the cheers now, listen to this. This is the ovation at one of the places to be at the Augusta National. Around the 15th and the 16th, it is absolute picture postcard here, where the 15th green comes down the hill to the water. Then you have the 15th green and the 3 pine trees standing at the back, and then the 16th beyond it. And it's absolutely gleaming in this wonderful warm sunshine today. Applause as Ludwig Aubert just leaves the tee and heads towards the 16th green. And back on the 15th, it is Colin Morikawa, who was hoping to make it 3 majors this week. 3 different majors it would have been. I don't know, the way that he plays, you feel that maybe one day it will be his day at the Masters. He's got the game, Trish.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's going to be disappointed. He got to 7 under after 8 holes and must have thought, here, we'll give it a go. But he's played very poorly on this back 9, unfortunately.
Here's his third shot now, from round about 90 yards short of the green. Lands in the middle of the putting surface and then will spin back. This could go close, you know. It's coming back, and he has put that to within 10 feet.
Yeah, good effort from where he was off that downslope. It's never easy, and it's such a firm bounce. First bounce off this green. Every single player is just... I mean, it's literally pitching, and the next bounce is about another 5 yards in front of it. So you've got to get some spin on the second bounce, otherwise you're over the back.
And the thing about it, Trish, as well, we know, because we walk where Morikawa played that shot, it's just in front of the walkway where we can walk across. And it's remarkable, isn't it? When you stand there and look down the hole, I mean, it looks nothing like what we can see from up here overlooking the green. It looks as though it's just a sliver of light green.
That's exactly it. When you look back there, you think, well, actually, I can see the flag, but it's not on a green, and I've got nowhere to land it. And what you have to do is trust a number. That's the only thing you can do. Not keep looking up at it, but trust your number and know how far you want to pitch it.
Just going to keep half an eye on Ludwig Aubert away in the distance, who is currently second on his own on 7 under par, but it is Scotty Scheffler who leads by 3, who has got this awkward lie in the bunker, as Iain told us actually from the pictures that he's seen, that the ball has bounced back into its own, where it landed. It's bounced back into that, so it makes it rather awkward.
Yeah, it's in its own pitch mark, unfortunately, so it's a fried egg, as it's known in the business. So he's just got to... It depends how bad it is, but he's got plenty of room to work with, so he just needs to get it running. He needs to get it just on the putting surface and let it run down.
So here he is, Scotty Scheffler, leading the Masters. Out it comes onto the putting surface. That is right on line. That is right on line and rolls by maybe 4 feet. It's still trickling, actually. It's still trickling, and that 5 feet becomes 6, becomes 7, becomes 8, and actually now, eventually, it's still moving, you know. And I think now we can say it's stopped about 20 feet.
Yeah, I mean, extraordinary. I think Iain might have been doing just that. Either was one of the best bunker shots you've ever seen. Oh, just incredible shot. And he was 5 feet at one stage, John, but it's rolled down to about 20 feet, 20, even 25 feet, you know.
However, he's there in 3. So if he doesn't hold this, if he gets his par 5, for this man, Scotty Scheffler, that is no great issue. And I think while we were watching him, Iain, up ahead on the 16th, Ludwig Aubert.
He's just played the most deliciously judged bunker shot, going beyond the flag, using the slope, letting the ball come down, and he will make his par from there, John. Just beautiful touch from the Swede. And just on that lie, it was still nestling in the pitch mark, but we got a different angle on it, and it wasn't as bad as the view from behind the green. So, even so, it was a magnificent bunker shot from Scheffler. Couldn't believe that it just kept running in the way that it did.
That's the Masters. And it will be still Scotty Scheffler to play next. Scotty Scheffler, who I think we all believe now is just a few minutes away. Just 3 more holes after this to collect a second green jacket. He'll be just the 18th man to win multiple green jackets. Up ahead, Max Homa has holed for his birdie on 16, so he missed his putt. So Scheffler now for birdie from 20 feet or so, but it just rolls by on the right hand side, and we just see him hitching his leg as it goes past. He didn't want it rolling any further than that.
It's a little tiddler. It's a knee knocker. He's missed a couple of those this week. I don't expect him to miss it, but you never know.
Iain, just clarify what happened up ahead with Max Homa.
Yeah, he missed his birdie putt. It was a good effort, and Aubert taps in for his par on the 16th. That is a consummate sandy par from Ludwig Aubert, so he remains at 7 under par and 3 shots behind.
Colin Morikawa for birdie on 15, but he's 4 under. He's out of it, 6 shots behind Scheffler. The big man doesn't need to worry about his playing partner. But this for birdie, nevertheless, which is dribbling down and in. And we've seen a putt made.
Finally, and I think that is literally the first putt we've seen made on this green. But do you know what? It's a good comeback because, he's not going to win, but there's some dosh to be made this week, and he's just moved back into, I think, a tie for 3rd.
That is correct. At 5 under par, but 5 shots behind Scotty Scheffler, who walks forward now. He looks perfectly suited to the conditions in that peach-coloured shirt, the Georgia peach, the symbol of this state. And he rolls it in, no mistake from that, and just leans forward and plucks the ball from the hole. Bang in form, world number 1 for 82 weeks. He's won 2 of his last 3 tournaments, and soon he's going to become a double major winner, a double Masters champion. Surely. And I've said it here before, and it has gone wrong. I remember Kenny Perry years ago. It seemed as though he was on the way to victory. So we won't count absolutely all of the chickens, but most of them, Mark, I think, are in the hen house.
So you'd still have a few outside of the hen house, would you?
Well, it's not over till it's over.
No, I've got to be honest, I think it is.
Right, you've got all your chickens in the hen house.
Yep, they're squawking.
Settling down for the night.
Ludwig Aubert is about to come down 17. He's on 7 under. He's 3 behind Scotty Scheffler, who's about to play that par 3 16th. It needs a 3-shot swing. It can happen with 2 or 3 holes left to play. It's unlikely to happen. Tommy Fleetwood, the clubhouse leader, remember, are on 4 under. He certainly isn't going to win the Masters, but he's had a very, very, very good 4 days. A Scheffler and Morikawa on the 16th tee.
Yeah, they are just thinking, chappers. It's amazing, actually. So if Scotty won, he won 2 tournaments that he played, and then the next tournament he played, he finished second, didn't he? And I wonder if that has actually been a blessing in disguise. Because I tell you what, winning 3 tournaments on the bounce and then winning this one, 4 on the bounce. I mean, he'd be almost as good as Nelly Corder.
Well, we've got coverage of that next week, haven't we? The Chevron Championship, when she will go to hit even greater heights.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it, how good these players are at the moment. But seriously, maybe it was a blessing in disguise, though, because the pressure just mounts every time you win a tournament.
Yeah.
Ludwig Aubert, tee shot on the 17th. It's leaked out to the right. He could well be impeded for his second shot. That could be very significant in terms of, I think he needs to finish birdie here to have any chance, and getting up onto that green in 2 will be a challenge after that tee shot.
Would you, Trish, then, if you'd won 3 on the spin, then think, God, I'm not going to win a 4th on the spin? Is that how it works?
Well, no, not exactly. But I always surprised more players don't win 2 on the bounce, because when you win 1, your confidence is so high. I get it. It just becomes a case of how tired you are and all the press stuff you have to do, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, eventually you think, well, I can't keep winning. But I mean, Lance Lopez won 5 on the bounce back in 78, won 7 in a rookie year, so it is possible. But I'm assuming maybe Tiger is the only player that's won. Has he won 4 on the bounce?
I wonder if Lance Lopez thought after winning 5 on the bounce, I'm not going to win 6.
We've got Morikawa about to tee off. The players now on the 16th tee in the shadows down there, as is almost all of the 16th green at this stage of the evening. There's a lovely murmur here, a murmur from the spectators. Trish is following it through the binoculars.
Yeah, so quite away from the flag, that is. On the right-hand side, where the pin was yesterday, would have been pretty tasty, but he's got a long putt there, and it's going to have a hell of a lot of break.
So now, the final shot on the 16th of this year's Masters. And rather fittingly, it's the man who is at the top of the tree. He's made 5 birdies in his last 8 holes. And that is how he's tightened his grip around this tournament. Scotty Scheffler. There it goes. Through the sky, the sun heading towards the horizon, disappearing over the trees as he does so, and he's landed it right in the middle of the 16th green, and it'll roll down towards where the hole is, and it will come to rest 12 feet. Am I being generous?
No, do you know what? It might even be a little bit closer, John. It's hard to tell from here. Probably about 8 feet, I think. And he's got a little right to lefter, but just another opportunity for birdie.
Textbook stuff by this big bearded man who is right at the top of world golf now, and as he walks away, he just tucks that white glove into the back left pocket of his navy blue trousers. His caddy Ted just walking ahead of him. They're all on their feet there. This timeless scene here at the Augusta National, walking up the 16th. The sun strips of it across the hole, and the spectators on the hill to the left are on their feet, and everyone applauding Scotty Scheffler.
Well, here on 17, as Iain has said, I think Ludwig Aubert will have to go birdie to give himself a chance, particularly when you consider where Scotty Scheffler's ball is on the 16th green. Iain told us that the tee shot had gone right. Kat, looking back down the 17th fairway from our position over the 17th green, has the binoculars out.
I have had the binoculars out, and yes, Ian's correct in that shadowy space under the pines down the right-hand side, a little bit further back down the fairway than Tommy Fleetwood was earlier. Fleetwood had a window through those trees, through the branches, to lift the ball up and onto the green. Not sure if Ludwig Aubert is going to have that corridor through. I can see him deep in conversation at the moment with Joe Scoveron, his caddy. The white towel is out, wiping down the faces of the clubs, getting ready to take the shot, and Joe Scoveron just moving away slightly, so the ball could be incoming any moment now. Of course, playing alongside Max Homer, Ludwig Aubert, and just searching the fairway for Homer, who I think might be walking down the left-hand side in broad daylight, bright sunshine in the evening here at Augusta, Georgia. And just as I'm beginning to train my eyes on the fairway, Ludwig Aubert has moved behind a particularly thick patch of undergrowth and pine trees, and there's a round of applause as a ball has appeared on the 17th green towards the back portion, that little peninsula that sticks out towards the 18th tee behind the flag. So a slippery putt to come for whosever ball that is down the hill towards the pin on this final day. And waiting for the other to come in. That looks like it was Ludwig Aubert's ball, because he's packed up. Joe Skovron has shouldered the bag, and they're getting ready to walk up towards the balls on the green here on 17. So awaiting the ball of Max Homer to fly in. So yeah, Aubert on the green. And he said, Mark, in his press conference yesterday when he was asked what had been one of his favourite things about his Augusta debut, he said it's the iconic long shadows that he's been enjoying, and there are plenty of them spilling across the fairway here on 17 as Aubert walks up towards the green.
So he has a birdie opportunity, but it is nowhere near as good a birdie opportunity as the one the leader has back down there on 16. John and Trish.
Yes, but it will be Colin Morikawa to play first from way up on the slope, so this is a real touchy one. Trish.
Yeah, there's a lot of break on this. He's got to have a lot of imagination here. It's almost played up the right-hand side and then it just let it fall down the bank. You've just got to get it almost stopping on the top of the bank, and then it will come down at right angles. It's a tough one to judge, this one.
Colin Morikawa, 5 shots behind the leader. Morikawa, who is standing, actually, he's almost standing with the hole behind him as he puts it out to the left. And then it will roll away down and catch the slope and continue to roll through all of the shadows, and then more sunshine, and then back into the shadows and down towards the hole, and then curls away to the left and keeps going. But the applause is kind and it's warm, and he will have probably 5 feet to finish that off for his par 3 at the 16th.
Yeah, it's good effort from there, to be honest. It's never easy, that putt, and on these greens, the slick as they are at the moment, that is a good feel. Not the greatest shot in from the tee, unfortunately. But he's, like you say, he's a tie for third place. If he can make a couple of birdies, I think he's finishing off, is he?
I think, no, it's going to be Scotty Scheffler who actually steps across and just places his ball down. It's around about 8 feet, this, for Scotty Scheffler to record yet another birdie, to stretch his lead even further. 2 years ago, he was actually 5 shots clear of the field on the 18th tee. And this year, it's possible he might have an even greater lead when he gets to that point. Scheffler standing over it now. This for yet another Scotty Scheffler birdie. Of course it's in. It drops into the hole, and there he goes up to 11 under par. He is the master.
Well, when the going gets tough, we know what happens. The tough get going. And I tell you what, it's an extraordinary performance, because he's missed about 3 or 4 putts from inside 2 to 3 feet this week, and he's still going to end up winning by probably 4 or 5 shots, and he's missed all those putts. He's in a different level.
Yeah, 2 years ago he was able to 4-putt the 18th green, so he's been able to really enjoy. He's going to win the Masters twice. He's been able to really enjoy the winning moments, because he knows it's coming his way.
Yeah, and that putt kind of, sorry chappers, but that putt sort of summed it up, didn't it? He's hit it and he knows it's in, and he's just sort of meandered. It's almost like he's just playing a bit of a game with the boys the last few holes.
Well, I hope he doesn't get the call from Meredith now.
Well, Jeanette, I'll come on to that in just a moment. But here on the 17th green, you could hear the applause and the cheers echo back up to the 17th, and Ludwig Aubert, as he approached his ball, just turned round and looked at the big white leaderboard, expecting that to change and knowing it will probably change. He has a birdie opportunity though, but he is at the moment 4 shots behind Scotty Scheffler, 3 if he manages to put this birdie in.
Yeah, the challenge is pretty much over, isn't it, for Ludwig Aubert? Gradually for Scotty Scheffler, his closest competition has fallen away, and Aubert, though, has an opportunity here, tricky opportunity, about 25-30 feet down the slippery surface of this tilting 17th green for a birdie that would cement him at second position at the Masters on his debut. And he's played some great golf over the last 4 days, really marked himself out as one to watch returning to Augusta National next year, and one to watch at the majors to come this year. US Open, US PGA, the Open, of course, at Royal Troon to come. And surely this man will one day be a future major winner. Putting for a birdie on the 17th. It would take him to 8 under par. 3 behind the leader, Scotty Scheffler, who's just teeing off on the 17th. Good looking putt here from Aubert, sliding down towards the hole, just borrowing off to the left hand side. Now it needs to put on the brakes because it is treacherously steep beyond the hole. It just runs on by a couple of feet. And I was discussing, Mark, with you and with Iain before we came on air about the Ludwig Aubert approach. He said what he's been proud of is not going for the pins, making calculated risks, disciplined decisions. And I was asking myself, is that the way to push, to chase down the world number one, to beat Scotty Scheffler at his own game? And I was worried. I thought, if you're going to win a major championship, you need to be able to take those risks in the right places.
But then, having said that, having been on 11 when he did go for the pin and then he ended up in the pond, so
he and I have fallen into the classic Augusta trap, haven't we? Just push it, just go for it, just see if you can. And who knows what Ludwig Aubert would have achieved here on the last day of the 88th Masters if he hadn't plunged into the water on the 11th. And for Max Homa, it's also going to be a day of what-ifs. 5 under par now for the Californian. Sends the ball up the slope of the green and just grazes the right-hand side of the hole. It's going to be another dropped shot for Homa, who found the sand with his second shot here on the 17th. And he will drift to 4 under par and a long way off the pace for Homa. He was hoping for better today, hoping that he could slip on that green jacket across his slender shoulders on this final day, but it's not going to be. Iain, the final group have reached the 17th tee.
Yes, they have, and it was a 3-wood for Scotty Scheffler, and no problem at all. Guess where it ended up? Smack in the middle of the fairway. He's just cruising, his absolute cruise control now. And it's hard to think that this is only his 5th Masters. Only one player has won 2 Masters inside their first 5 appearances at Augusta, and that was Horton Smith, who was the very first winner in 1934.
Ludwig Aubert with one last stroke of the putter, or so he hopes, on this 17th, the penultimate hole of his first ever Masters appearance. And this for a par, after that long birdie chance just slid by to the left-hand side, casting one of those iconic long shadows he spoke about across the surface of the 17th. In it goes, and warm applause for the 24-year-old Swede who has won himself a legion of new fans here on the 17th. It's not going to be enough, though. Ludwig Aubert stays at 7 under par. 3 off the lead. 4 off the lead now of Scotty Scheffler, and a rumble of appreciation for the leader as the scoreboard turns round.
It is a rumble, I think, as John and Trish pointed out on 15-16. I think there was a willingness from everybody here to have a bit of a battle as these final groups came down 17 and 18. But Scotty Scheffler's imperious form has put pay to that. We're waiting for his approach to come into the 17. I quite liked Iain when I arrived on 17. Kat said to me, talking about Meredith, his wife, who is due to give birth in a couple of weeks to their first child, she said, I wonder what Meredith will be doing now. And I don't know, maybe she wasn't watching early when it got tense, because you don't really want to be put in a position of anything being tense, do you, when you're 2 weeks from giving birth? But maybe now somebody's giving her a tap and she can turn her television on. Yeah, I would imagine so. Something like that's going on. He's been staying here with a group of friends, old college friends, and one of them was given dispensation to have a phone in their pocket or some kind of contactable device. So the call could have come, and it might still come. Who knows? I mean, there aren't many fathers-to-be who get to 2 weeks before the birth get a trip away with their mates from college or uni. Are there? You know? These golfers, they're lucky so-and-so. He's a lucky lad, is Scotty Scheffler, as we wait for his second cap.
Yep, I can see him sizing it up through the trees right now. He says that's been really what's keeping his mind off the job. He says golf isn't the most important thing to him at the moment. He's got a baby on the way in a couple of weeks. The golf doesn't matter, and he'd walk away from Augusta National if the call came in from Meredith. Well, I don't think he would at this stage. Just 2 holes away from a second green jacket, standing in bright sunshine in the middle of the fairway on the penultimate hole on the final day. And with a 4-shot lead, bouncing the ball straight at the pin, rolling it with beautiful control to within 15 foot of the flag, which is hanging obediently limp, not a breath of wind, and Scotty Scheffler judged that one absolutely beautifully.
Andrew Magee, you can't look. Whatever golf tournament I do, whatever golf tournament all of us amateurs do, whether it be a Masters, whether it be an Open, whether it be a Ryder Cup, a US Open, whatever it may be, you can't fail to marvel at every single professional golfer that you watch in the flesh and what they can do with a golf ball. But at the moment, from what I have seen over the last 2.5 hours, he's playing a different game to everybody else.
Yeah, his accuracy, his iron game, the ball just comes down right in the right place over and over. He doesn't make any big mistakes, really. And I've never seen anybody that has this much control with distance to the pin. And it just seems so easy for him. It's not even fair.
It's beautiful to watch, Trish, isn't it? Let's not forget, the opening round, he was bogey-free, wasn't he? He didn't drop a shot in his first round.
Yeah, I mean, he does everything so well, doesn't he? He drives the ball magnificently and he's long with it. He doesn't really have a miss. That's the thing, not forget having a double miss. He never has a day when he misses it left and right. I'm not really sure what his miss is because I've hardly ever seen him miss. The only thing he's slightly susceptible at is his really short putting, and he even seems to have ironed that out. But this week he's just been by far and away really, and his short game this week. Let's not forget he's actually missed quite a lot of greens, which he doesn't normally do, but his chipping from off the edge of these greens, and they are so difficult, it's so tough to get near, has been just absolutely magnificent.
He is a man alone as he walks onto the 17th green in the sunshine. The 2 caddies and Colin Morikawa were 50-60 yards back, and the whole of this stand round 17 rose to applaud him. Applause from all 3 sides, really. It was not a 4th side because that's the fairway, but all 3 sides applauded. He's about to putt for another birdie. Polite applause for Colin Morikawa as he reaches the green as well. Aubert in trouble off 18, Ian?
Yes, he is. He hasn't found the fairway. I'm just seeing Max Homer now as he stripes his tee shot that has ended up in the middle of the fairway, but Aubert failing to find the fairway.
Just trickle the left bunker. That fairway's got a pretty good right-to-left slope. It looked like it was down the center for quite a while, then it just kept on moving left into that first Sandy Lyle bunker.
What was his lead up 18, Scheffler, a few years ago?
5. He led by 5 and he 4-putted and still won very comfortably.
Okay, well, he has a putt here to have another 5-shot lead going up 18.
It is. It's going to be a tricky one, though, Mark, on this tilting green. It's going to swing from left to right, coming down the slope towards the hole. It's about 20 feet or so for the world number 1, who finds himself standing in the evening sunshine on the 17th, just pacing around their putts alongside Colin Morikawa with a 4-shot lead as it stands. Amen Corner, the infamous curse of Amen Corner, consigning his competition, Max Homer, Colin Morikawa, Ludwig Aubert, to the status of also-rans. Only Scotty Scheffler has navigated his way around these fairways without taking a body blow, and now he stands looking for another birdie here on the 17th. Peach shirt, navy blue trousers, tickle of the ball, rolling towards the hole, dips his knees. It was just millimetres away from another birdie on the 17th that would have given him that 5-shot lead, the same as 2022 heading to the last tee. But in it goes for the world number 1 and the champion-elect, and warm applause as Scotty Scheffler tosses the ball and passes the putter to Ted Scott, who you have to remember is on the cusp of winning his 4th Masters title, having won 2 with Bubba Watson and 1 already with his current boss. Scotty Scheffler standing in the evening sunshine, just marking down the score, taking everything in his stride. And on the cusp of joining the likes of Sevi Ballesteros, Tom Watson, Ben Hogan, Bernard Langer as 2-time Masters champions. And I tell you what, that peach shirt, that Georgia peach shirt, is going to go pretty well with the green jacket. Hands on his hips as he watches Colin Morikawa putting down the slope from about 15 feet for his birdie. It's not going to be enough for Morikawa. Talked a good game at the start of today, saying that he was just focused. He knew what he could do. He'd found that swing thought, that one thing in his swing after struggling for the past 2 years that he was clinging on to, that he'd built his Masters challenge upon. But on the final day and under the pressure, and with Scotty Scheffler doing what he's done over the past few hours here at Augusta National, it was just too much to expect that one thing, that one tiny hope for Morikawa that he'd found in his swing to bear the weight of that expectation. Ian.
Ludwig Aubert, all smiles in the second of the fairways down the left-hand side. He's had a chat with his caddy Joe, and he's ready to go. He's seen Max Homa hit a lovely shot into the 18th, and I think Homa should try and reserve a bit of time to enjoy the walk up here, as should Aubert. And Aubert fires this up towards the green. It tiptoes along the edge of the bunker, and then it says, I'll just go in there, quite like the other sand, so I'll visit the sand just to the right of the green, the bunker from which Rory McIlroy so famously holed out for his 64 a couple of years ago. But it's all about this man, Scotty Scheffler, that you can see, Kat, as he makes his wander back to the 18th tee.
Yep, he's walked through that tunnel of patrons, warm applause, hands held across eyes to shield, sunglasses from the sunlight as the sun dipping down towards the horizon and over the top of those tall lolly pines, and Scotty Scheffler walking down that thin corridor, that cricket wicket of a tee box to put his tee in the ground for the final tee shot, and the tee shot that is going to bring him one step closer to a second green jacket. It's been a frenzied afternoon of action after Saturday and all the drama yesterday. Nothing predictable about the last couple of days here at the Augusta National, apart perhaps from the ultimate outcome, that standing on the final tee in the sunshine in Georgia, Scotty Scheffler, the world number one, is on the cusp of cementing his name at the very top of the game.
Sure.
In conversation, Ian, I can hear with his caddy, with Ted Scott.
Yes.
The club's rattle in the bag.
Yeah, just one final little word, and you know, credit to Teddy Scott as well. This will be his fourth Masters victory as well, having enjoyed two with Bubba Watson before transferring to Scotty Scheffler. There's not many people know their way around Augusta National better than Ted Scott.
Now the crowd falling silent, expectation, and through the pine tree I can see dark trousers of Scotty Scheffler. That sounded like club on ball, Ian.
Yeah, heading down the left side, heading up towards the first of the bunkers, and it goes careering into that bunker, but he won't be at all concerned about that. He knows he can get up near the green from there, and my goodness me, he's got plenty in hand, hasn't he? 5 shots clear at 11 under par. 4 shots clear, I should say, because Ludwig Aubert at 7 under par. He had that putt to go 5 clear, didn't he, Scheffler? But didn't quite make it on the 17th. Nonetheless, a really commanding lead. Here's Colin Morikawa.
Yep, standing in the shadows cast like a zebra, striped across the tee box, and Morikawa leaking out towards the right-hand side here, Ian, plunging over the treetops and down into that pine straw down the right-hand side. Not the best final stroke from the tee from Colin Morikawa, but his race is run. Won't be a green jacket and a third major championship for the American. But Scotty Scheffler almost staring down at his shoes. He was asked about that as well. Is that something that you're doing to cope with the pressure? And he says, no, it's just what I do to try and shut out the rest, shut out the noise. He listens to the applause, he takes it all in, but he just likes to stare down at his shoes, stay in his own lane, get the job done. Long arms swinging in that peach shirt, Ian, as he walks below us here on the 17th. Grandstand and listen to the applause for the champion-elect. A 4-shot lead as he walks up the 18th fairway and towards the clubhouse, towards the butler cabin and towards a second green jacket.
Yes, here he goes on that walk, which he can thoroughly enjoy because he has been quite simply brilliant. From the wobble towards the end of the back nine, he then picked up birdie at 8, birdie at 9, birdie at 10, and then further birdies at the 13th, the 14th and the 16th to remove any doubt that he is the world's best golfer, the true master of the sport as it stands at the moment. And he has put together one of the great performances at the Augusta National. Meanwhile, on the 18th green, Max Homa is surveying his birdie putt. This has been a big week for him. The first time he's truly contended in a major. Can he finish it with a birdie? Putts up just to the left of the hole, and he will tap in for a par 4. Ludwig Aubert played his bunker shot, played it very nicely.
Very nice, up there 4 or 5 feet to remain in solo second place, 7 under par. What a debut for Ludwig. So much learning he learned. I mean, this is going to validate when he wins. I think as a tour player, you have a couple seconds when you win. You kind of feel like all the other guys are going like, no, that's well done.
Final round 73 for Max Homa. So he finishes up at 4 under par alongside Tommy Fleetwood in a share of 4th place. But Aubert, he's got something about him that just separates him. A beautiful way of going about the game. He was the number 1 amateur in the game. He has already achieved so much, and this is only his first major, and he's going to finish it in 2nd place, and he'll do it with a smile on his face and having connected with spectators almost in a way like the great Seve Ballesteros did all those years ago in 1976. And in it goes for Ludwig Aubert, and they all rise around the 18th green as this popular Swede takes the cap from his head. There is no doubt about it. He is the most exciting European talent to have emerged in recent times. The fans love him, just as they loved Seve Ballesteros when he was second to Johnny Miller back in 1976 at the Open Championship, and then went on to be such an influential and charismatic figure in the sport. I'm not saying that is exactly the path ahead for Ludwig Aubert, but he is going to be a very, very important figure for this sport going forward. And he pops the cap back on his head, and he can reflect on an extraordinary debut at major championship level, because he has finished with a round of 69 to finish at 7 under par, and as it stands at the moment, 4 shots behind, and with no one else ahead of him but 4 shots behind this man, Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Ludwig is just blown us all away. This is I just love the way him and Joe Scarver and his caddy, they've been smiling the whole way around. I mean, they're very serious about their golf, but they're happy, and they share smiles. I don't see that from the other players and caddies that much. They've really enjoyed themselves.
Big hugs from both parents as he exits, and the camera's lingering on the man who has finished second here, and that's very, very telling, because you don't often remember who finishes second. You will on this occasion here at the 88th Masters, and he goes off to sign his card. And just 2 players left on the course now. Colin Morikawa somewhere in the trees down the right of the 18th, and in the fairway bunker that was made so famous by Sandy Lyle all those years ago is Scotty Scheffler, who doesn't need to produce the heroics of the Scot when he won the Masters, because the job is basically done as far as Scheffler is concerned. But look at the way the fans are responding to Ludwig Aubert, low-fiving his way off to the recorders area, but next to the white clapperboard clubhouse, and the cameras following him every single step of the way. He might not have won here, but golf has a new winner in terms of personality and connection with the fans.
What a nice young man. What a nice, honest-looking face, and just soaking it all in, giving those high fives to all those patrons who will never forget that moment. He's sharing with them. Oh, boy, this is I don't want to finish with. Is that Xander?
Yeah, no, it's Colin Morikawa.
It's Colin Morikawa.
And he's underneath a bush.
Yeah.
And he's had to get a 3 or 5 wood out. because that's the only club that he can get to it that will keep the ball low enough to
He's going
propel
backwards.
Forward.
Isn't that the green that way?
Yeah, it looks
he's
like
going
he is.
This way.
Yeah, he's had to go backwards. And, well, it's emerged into daylight, but he's had to hit it right the way back to where the fairway starts.
He's just thinking, what? Just need to finish one more good drive, and I've done this to myself.
A serious point, though, about his golf. You know, he said that he felt he'd found something, and he made his 69 yesterday, and his ball striking was superb, but it's not bedded in sufficiently yet to withstand the pressures of the final day of a major championship. Scotty Scheffler, well, his swing is so well dialed in, and here he is 152 yards out from the first of the bunkers down the left-hand side, yawning white walls in front of him, and he fires this away on a high trajectory, looking to find the putting surface, but missing just to the right and short, but no problem at all there.
No problem at all with the... What a great trivia question. Who's the only one to win a major with a 4-putt in the final? It's Scotty Scheffler. He's in good shape. I'm sure he's remembering that 4-putt. Well, he wants to finish cleanly.
Yeah, having missed the green there, he can't afford to 4-putt, even though he's got a four-shot lead. Yep. So he just puffs his cheeks out there. Meanwhile, his playing partner, Colin Morikawa, Mark, you could probably see him. He's had to walk so far back.
Yeah,
he'll be in your field of vision.
I can't actually see him, but I could see him and his caddy come back out of the trees, obviously in the wrong direction to where they should have been going towards the hole. But there are so many positives that Morikawa can take out of this week, aren't they? Bearing in mind, Andrew, his form over the last couple of years.
He's really showed his mettle. We know he hadn't had a great season this year, and maybe not last year either, but he says he's found something, and he wasn't joking. A lot of times you might say that, but you don't really mean it. You're trying to talk yourself into thinking that you have it, and I think he did find it, and he showed a lot of mettle. This is the most difficult Masters I've seen in many, many years with the pace, the crispy greens. He's shown me a lot, the way he's made those par putts, those 10-footers, those 8-foot. Those are hard to do. Really hard to keep your wits about you and stay in there and hang in there. Don't get frustrated. Yeah, he's way back. He's got a metal club in this green for its third shot. Down with a 3-wood. Let's see.
233 yards, Mark, and he fires it up the hill, hoping to find the green, but he doesn't. He finds the bunker just front left of the green.
Just going back to Ludwig Aubert then, and obviously the future is so bright, and as you say, he has, even when you are out here on the course, you can see the connection he has with the fans, because he does play with a smile on his face. You can't help but be drawn to that, and golf is full of what ifs, and sport is full of what ifs. But would there be any part of you, after such a brilliant performance in his first, not only his first Masters, in his first major, that will go back to that second shot on 11, Andrew?
I'm sure he's going to dwell on that shot for just a short time. I think he's going to be super proud of himself, finishing second in his first Masters. Come on, 24 years old, finishing. This is a confidence builder. Scheffler getting a major applause, coming up to 18. Ian, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful scene here as Scotty Scheffler makes that very famous walk up to that very famous green. Not a grandstand around it. They make their own amphitheatre with their deck chairs, but not one person is sitting in them. Every single person standing and applauding what has been a masterful performance from Scotty Scheffler. He's not always had his best stuff at this Masters, but each and every time he's found a way to keep the momentum. If there has been the odd setback, he's bounced back every single time. He's held the field at bay. He's hit the accelerator at the right moment, and he's on the verge of becoming the Masters champion for the second time in only his 5th appearance at the Augusta National. He's walked up to his ball, and now he will emerge onto the green, and still they applaud. He's trying to get into the zone for the denouement. He's walked up onto the putting surface, meanwhile trailing in behind Colin Morikawa. and he will have his bunker shot, but I think it'll be Scheffler to play first, won't it? Remember, he came up short and right of the green, has his wedge in hand.
Well, I think Morikawa maybe need to rest for a minute from that trudging up that hill, and let Scotty's got this game in hand here. He's just going to flip this up and mark it, because he will be the last one to putt out to secure the victory.
So here he is, Scotty Scheffler, his third shot on the par 4, 18th at 11 under par, leading the Masters by 4 shots. Ludwig Aubert, the clubhouse leader, at 7 under. Bunts it forward onto the putting surface. Now the ball tracks down towards the hole and nestles very, very close by. He's not going to 4-putt from there, I'm telling you, because he's put it to 15, 16 inches. And again they rise, and again they applaud. They know the job is all but done. And so does Scotty Scheffler. He's not shown an ounce of emotion yet.
Give us a smile, Scotty.
Yeah.
Go on, give us a smile.
Not quite yet. But I think it'll come very, very soon. He bends down and he marks his ball. And now Colin Morikawa. And this is important. This is important for him in world ranking points, in prize money, in payment for his caddy. He's at 5 under par. He's played 3 shots. So if he holds this, he gets third place outright. If he gets it up and down, then he shares third place with Tommy Fleetwood and Max Homa. So they'll be hoping that they can get a top 3 finish out of these travails. So a little bit on this, just settles his feet into the sand, glances up at the flag, club wide open, and the ball comes out, lands close to the hole, and then it runs on to around about 6 feet.
Yeah, it's about as good as you're going to do from there with the crispy greens and the big lip in front of you. He left one in the bunker earlier today on 9, which was kind of the first hole that started his derailing himself a little bit there. He was pretty much in command. I think he was looking like he was going to give Scheffler a game today, but that 9th hole did him in.
Think back to that 9th hole and, the 7th hole, when there were 4 of them all at 6 under par, and we thought this was going to be an absolute dogfight. And that again just speaks to the class of Scotty Scheffler to find the accelerator while the others were finding the brakes. And
I don't think he gets nervous, Scheffler. I just don't think he knows what nervous is.
I think he probably does, but he uses it as a positive. Remember, and Mark was referencing it right at the start of the programme, how he was in tears on the morning of taking that lead, big lead into the final round when he won it 2 years ago. He kind of got those emotions out of himself and did the job and emerged the winner. That must have helped him today hugely. So Morikawa for a bogey 5 for a share of third place here. Sends the ball forward and go on, get in. And he breathes a huge sigh of relief, because it's only a bogey at the last, and it means that Colin Morikawa finishes at 4 under par alongside Tommy Fleetwood and Max Homa, and they share third place. Ludwig Aubert in second place, and now the moment arrives for Scotty Scheffler of the United States. Just 27 years of age, tall figure, the world #1, the hot favourite coming in to this Masters, and he has justified the billing, and he taps it in for a par to finish, bends down, picks the ball from the hole, smiles at last, hugs his caddy Ted Scott, who tastes Masters success for the 4th time in his caddying career. But it's Masters #2 for Scotty Scheffler, and now the smile is there, now the hat is off the head, and now the putter is raised, and they stand all around the 18th to celebrate one of the classic performances in Masters history. Scotty Scheffler has done it. It's been a vintage Masters, and it's been won by a champion of a rare vintage. Scheffler tastes Masters success for the 2nd time, and it couldn't be sweeter. He punches the air and he departs the 18th green arm in arm with his caddy. Now both arms are aloft, cap in his right hand. He waves to all sides. The members in their green jackets applaud. The fans all around cheer and applaud what has been a truly magnificent performance. A closing round of 68 coming home in 33 blows and at 11 under par, winning the Masters by 4 shots.
Amazing. Finally, a little bit of emotion, the 2 arms up, the yes, the scream, the yell. That's what I wanted to see. He's enjoying this like he should. Oh my gosh, that's his dad. Just the hug. Look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. I love you, son. Hear that? Oh, Randy Smith, his instructor since he was 6 years old, and just a heartfelt hug. Oh yeah. His whole team right here.
Great scenes. Really great scenes. There's Tom Kim there congratulating him. And off he goes on that wonderful walk. Handshakes and cheers. Off to sign a scorecard that will give him just huge satisfaction. He waits for his caddy.
Yeah, give me my card.
Teddy. Come on, he says, beckons him with his cap. And here they come. Of course, wife Meredith isn't here. Fatherhood awaits.
Look at Ted. He takes his trophy with him. The flag pin.
Yeah.
That's what the caddies take. They get the flag, and we can't forget Matsuyama's caddy bowing to the golf course. One of the great scenes of all time at Augusta.
Teddy Scott waving that flag. Low fives all the way along as Scheffler offers out his left hand. And you think about it, coming in as the favourite. Favourites never win at Augusta. They haven't done so since 2005 when Tiger Woods was the shortest odds when he arrived here. And now he emerges from the crowd into the open air, so to speak, and then the walkway that leads down to the recorders area just to the left of that clapperboard clubhouse. So that carries an awful lot of pressure when you've won the Players' Championship, when you've won at Bay Hill, when you've nearly won at Houston, you've been the dominant force. We've all talked about him being the man to beat, but he's proven himself to be unbeatable. And he lifts Phil Kenyon, his English putting coach, there in celebration. A big hug with him. Ron Johnson, one of the senior members, is there. Max Homer is waiting for him at the entrance hall of the Ryder Cup teammates, of course, in Rome. And warm congratulations from Homer. He's leaving the recorders area. And in goes Scotty Scheffler. Joyous scenes, Mark. And, well, he's got to wait for fatherhood. But as far as the Masters is concerned, he's the daddy.
Very good. Very, very good. And do you know what? From the moment he sank that final putt, it was like a pressure valve being released bit by bit, wasn't it, Andrew? As he gradually got himself more joyous and allowed himself to enjoy the moment, because he probably has carried that pressure all week of the expectation of being the favourite, of being the world number one, of people constantly talking about how good his recent form is and a former champion. It was his to lose. That's what everybody thought. He's had to carry that.
Yeah, not just during the daytime, at night, and sleeping and thinking about the next day and being ready. I don't know how many hours he really got over those nights to get himself ready in the morning to get out there and do the Scheffler shuffle and win another green jacket. It's just incredible. I love to see that emotion. That's how much he's inside of himself until that just exploded, like you correct, Chappers. That was what we all wanted to see. He didn't do that last time around. He looked kind of reserved the whole time after he'd just four-putt. I think he was so embarrassed with the four-putt that he didn't know what to do. He knows what to do now.
The first round he was bogey-free, Ian, wasn't he? He didn't drop a shot the first round, and then any time he was in trouble from then on, he put his foot to the pedal.
Yes, 66 in the first round, and he didn't drop a shot. You're absolutely right. Second round, 72, and those were just the most testing conditions that we've ever seen, but a level par round there to remain at 6 under par. 71 yesterday, and then this closing 68, all adding up to 277, 11 under par, and a 4-shot win.
And let's not forget, as well, he's only 27.
27. I mean, I wrote a piece after the Players' Championship that got all sorts of comments from people because I had the temerity to liken him to Tiger Woods, and the reason I did that was simply because his strokes gained figures, they're the currency that tell us how good these guys are, were of the ilk of Tiger Woods in his pomp. I'm not and have never said that he is going to be a 15 times major champion who is going to dominate this sport in the way that Tiger Woods did. But right now, there is no one to touch him. And we haven't been able to say that about very many players, certainly since Tiger Woods came along. Dustin Johnson, maybe, when he was at the height of his powers. But and this is only his second major title. Let's not get carried away. But the way he is dominating things on the PGA Tour to win the titles that he is winning, he's a 2 times Players' Champion, the first man to successfully defend that crown, and now 2 Masters in 3 years. He's only played 5 Masters. This is something very, very special right now.
Yeah, he's winning on the hardest golf courses.
Exactly.
Bay Hill, Players, Jacksonville, Augusta National. I mean, that just really says a lot.
And yesterday, even though it ended really on the back 9 with a procession, didn't it, Andrew and Iain, for a final thought. We had so many twists and turns along the way, and yesterday was one of the most dramatic rounds of golf that I think most seasoned observers here have ever seen.
Yes, it was just a great day when so many people were throwing so much into it, and you had DeChambeau kind of capping it off by holding his 3rd shot from the fairway, but all sorts of dramas played out there. And I thought, yes, it was a procession at the end, but it was so interesting. It was decided around Amen Corner in many respects, and that's what you want from the Masters. Yes, we'd have loved it to have gone right to the wire in terms of the jeopardy of it, but ultimately sometimes you just have to say, well, that was a great tournament because it was a great performance, and I think we're entitled to say that about this one.
I think what they're making the double bogey on number 10 yesterday, it looked like, the champion is cracking a little bit, and then comes back and makes eagle at 13 to nullify that double right away. And I'm like, he doesn't get flapped. It's unflappable.
Eddie Hearn is coming up next here on 5 Live, but Scottie Scheffler, the world #1, has just won his 2nd green jacket, his 2nd Masters title, and in 2 weeks' time will become a dad for the first time when Meredith, his wife, gives birth to their first child. You do well to find a happier man on earth, I would imagine, at the moment than Scottie Scheffler. What is he, Iain? Go and use your line again in golfing terms, not yet in fatherhood terms.
He's the daddy.
From all the team in Augusta. Good night.